Good morning, dear participants. So let's start today's session, and we will have more specific topics compared to the yesterday's topics. Today we will be discussing mainly XP related issues, IP6 development challenges, issues related to the problems of development and introduction of PV6, and we will have some short talks or short presentations, which are not really like short, but very important, by our guests from Iran, and we'll have success stories by Iranian group of network operators. It will be very interesting for IXP presentation from MSK-IX by Mr. Ilyin, and I suggest you to talk to him because he is very experienced. Where is Alexander? Here is Alexandra. All technical aspects, non-technical aspects, what to do if computer is not connected. He knows all these things. Sometimes my colleagues call me computer specialists because long time ago people when they had some issues and troubles with computer they were referring to me. Now we have him and he can do everything, and we will have a presentation from Google in a system of remote, and we will have presentation on introduction of IPM6 from Iranian participants, and we will have Raman. Where is Raman? Raman is getting prepared. Raman Chichuk. He is head of one of the operator in Kazakhstan. I saw his presentation in Kazakh meeting of network operators organized by Oleg Yemelyanov. You can join Telegram channel of Kazakh network operators, NOG.KZ. It's very active group, and in this presentation you will have real cases how they do this IP6 and deployment of this system, and the mainly operators that do not have this IP6 they are very rare, and many of operators already have some success stories and still some problems related to this. And we have some foreign presentation from sunny Japan. Where are our colleagues?
Hey, no, just tell hello. Yeah, okay, hello. So I'm telling that we have participants.
We will have opportunity during the next session after my introduction. We will have opportunity to have our speakers from Japan, and after that we'll have another 2-6 session, IXP challenges and capacity building from Euro-IX group, which is related to the biggest association of the European IXP. Part of them is represented by local IXPs. MSK-IX is the oldest member. Euro-X is very active member. Armenian X is still active member, but not so active as MSK-IX, of course, and they have many resources from our countries. RIPE and CC have agreement with the Euro-X to support the initiatives of memberships from our region in Euro-X, which will be focusing on the new traffic exchange aspects. And we will be having very interesting, very outstanding and distinguished presentation by the state technical services from Kazakhstan. It will be the prospects from the government side, how to ensure the peering security aspects, because security aspects for the Central Asian countries, for all actually countries, are very important, vital, and we can discuss them, criticize, and so on. So we can do everything. We have a free format, and we can do anything we want. And of course, we will have our moderator, Bahram Nasirjanov, from Eastera Mobile. He is old member of our community. He was the member of NOG, and he knows about RIPE and CC almost everything. So starting from small details. And we will have a presentation by Oleg Yemelyanov. He is establisher, initiator of NOG.KZ channel and website. He will make a presentation about networks in Kazakhstan, and we will see what we're gonna have else. Of course, we'll have another experts. After coffee break, we will have IXP panel. We will have IXP experts mainly working with IXP. We will have Madina Botirova, director of IX Kyrgyz office. We will have Ormoshev, who is the director of network operator, Zarina Abzalova from Tajikistan, key route service operation head, and we will have Talgat Nurlybayev, expert from KazRENAIXP, and we will have Akmal Arifdjanov from Uztelecom, who has recently obtained IX, and I think this IX will be successful in Uzbekistan and will help development of telecom industry in Uzbekistan. Now we have Raman. Raman is here. Raman, we have just mentioned about your presentation during planned for the panel session. Moderator of this session is Nikolai Mitluk, Peter X. They are working in Kyrgyzstan So Nikolai will be talking about those details. Nikolai, where are you?
Okay.
Now I would like to talk about the things why we need this IXP day. During the previous meetings we were discussing that we have very good Euro-IX meetings in English, which gives opportunity to IX and to companies related to IX activities to discuss vital issues related to IX. And this is mainly done in Europe in English, a language which is might be a barrier for communication for people from our region, and of course flying to Finland or Monaco, it's good but very difficult. Therefore, many IX and other partners were suggesting to conduct similar activity event in Russian. And now we came to the understanding that we shall try within the CAPIF to conduct this kind of discussions and think about organization of this meeting maybe next year, or think about what else can be done for capacity building or something else. But we need to understand that RIPE and CC supports all initiatives within their mandate, coming from community. All our events are being organized based on the feedback from community. If you want to have something like CPF with inclusion of those topics, we will be glad to help. So the first peering will be, I think it's the only peering person session, and within this peering persona session we will have a person who will introduce himself. It's who have heard about AMS-IX? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people. Roma and you 7. Who saw AMS-IX? Yes, of course, representatives. I am AMS-IX, for your information. Okay. Now we will be demonstrating this AMS-IX. Emrah. Emrah, AMS-IX, please. Here's our person. AMS-IX person. Please come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, I am X is very outstanding. And I want to say something about this is that when I was establishing Armenian Internet Exchange, it was in 2010, the first equipment of IM-6 was served us as the basis, as a platform, and they gave us it for free, and it became a good opportunity not to wait support from the government, because we were requesting this kind of support for a long time. Then understood that we need to move forward along ourselves, and other operators gave us some financial support, and we have rented small room, and now we have XPX. I think I'm 6X. I'm X. And if you have some questions, of course, you can refer to that person, and they can help with equipment, with any other support. Can they? Yes, they can. They can. I hope he doesn't hear translation. And we have another colleague. So where is Amsterdam and where is Tokyo? Can you imagine the distance between these 2 points? So from Japan, we will have several colleagues. Society Kanori, you are invited. He is from Internet Initiative Japan, Inc.
Initiative Japan.
And then they will have presentation too, don't worry. And what is good with Japanese colleagues is that, what do you think? What is good? The Japanese colleagues have few friends here, and they cannot run away they cannot escape this venue, so they will stay here with us. So we have them here. And because some people joined us yesterday, now are not with us, their friends pull them out. And we are starting first session, and we will have a first session from IXP challenges and capacity building. And I'm inviting Maxat Nessipbekov, State Technical Services. Maxat, are you here? Please join us.
Oleg Yemelyanov, our Oleg Yemelyanov. Bahrom, our Nasserjanov. We love him. He is a moderator. You can stay with me here on the stage. And also Secretary General of Euro-X, Sanghani. And I will be the person who will be a moderating the group. I just want to say hello to every participant of this Central Asian Peering and Interconnection Forum. I want to thank organizers for organizing this kind of events in our region, which will give an impetus to the development of connectivity within the region. And currently, in this session, we will discuss a specific ISP within the region and what are the regulations here from the state structures. We will discuss certain rules, laws, and the possibilities. We will talk about limitations, possibilities within the region. The first speaker is going to be Vahan instead of Bijal Sanghani. Vahan will talk about Euro-X and their social projects. And, yes, I will talk about this. I already said. I will talk about Euro-X. IX, and why I should have to talk about this, because we have certain connectivity problems, and I should have to talk about it. This is a very important presentation to our region. That's why I should have to present. I want to present it. We have a very big experience to work with Euro-X, and I was conducting the audit works there, and I was a full member within this organization, and I think it will help. I think it will help our community to receive certain resources, possibilities. Thank you. Then I will try standing from here. We can see something over there. Yes, here. So, Euro-X, it's a huge organization, association, not only European, but also non-European and European IXs association. There are two big events per year that happens the European territory, and it's similar to events that we conduct within RIPE here. The difference is that those events can be not only at the territory of Europe. We had RIPE had also the events in the Middle East. Those are the flagman type of events. Euro-X has Euro-X forum meetings. It's called like this. Those forum meetings, they will be combined with workshops, and there are virtual workshops as well and trainings as well. They conduct this type of activities as well. What are they doing also? They have the mailing list where there are all the members of Euro-X included, and they are very actively discussing the issues of the IX activity. There might be certain questions to roads, servers, newsletters. They have reports, and they are working also on IXP benchmarking, which might be interesting for you actually, and also Euro-X. IX It provides certain resources, for example, Internet Exchange Point database, IXP database, which is called like this, where you can also include your AX. There is a Puring toolbox. There is one good program which I talked about. By the help of the RIPE NCC, but also other partners. We have the fellowship and mentorship programs within the framework of our project. It might be not only the participation to the IX, the new IX specialists, but also they might provide certain support. I already talked about IXP, who helped us with the with equipment. IX from Hamburg also helped us, SX, and also other AXs helped us, which were under the framework of Euro-AX. If you have something new, you can also start it, and you can request to Euro-AX, and probably they will help you. They will find a person who may help you with technical issues or with other issues as well. Also, you might become a full member of this association, but also can have a free possibility to participate in their events, which are conducting twice a year. But you can also have a financial help support from them. If you want to be to go to these events, there will be full help, financial help, or if you are a member, you can basically pay for the for your hotel accommodation, etc. But you can have a free event participation. There is also there is a new IXP movie which was created about its attractivity, about coolness of this project. IXP database. This is a trusted source of information about IXPs. There is a real information on the current IXPs. If you go through it, here you can see this is Euro-AX in the region. It is almost close to the region which is covering the RIPE ICC, which is covered by RIPE ICC. Region Euro-AX, it's our region. There is a North American region. There is African IX region, and A region. There is also Asia Pacific AX region. But even though we are covering all the region, there are certain language limitations, cultural problems during business communication. Even though formally we can go and participate, we also need the Russian content for it. There is Euro-AX JSON schema. This is a scheme that allows ISPs to report their data in a standard automated fashion. And it includes data sets on IXP participants, on location, about the equipment, hardware use, the IXPs and its participants, and also about their root service. Why it's important for us? Because we can go and see what are the hardwares that they are using, whether we have a need request with this hardware. This is a life hack for you guys. You can go there and you can say, dear friends, can you help us with your hardwares, which can be quite adaptable to ours? So this is the possibility. Is that me? You can go through this link. IXP can also add their IXPF export to their peering DBI. You can see the link here. Okay, and there is also coming soon part. There are certain possibilities on the data visualization. It will give the possibilities for the users to visualize the data via maps and charts, visualize the dynamic filters, to download data sets in the structured format. In the structured formats, and you can also create your pipelines, build your pipelines, collect and organize the data, encourage IXPs to adopt these schemes. You can conduct data validation because it's also coming soon. You need to know this. And the next steps are to finalize traffic API and build traffic trend datasets, and enable the comparison tool, which can give possibility to compare data, and to develop a pricing API, and also identify useful third-party data which might be useful for IX. Okay, next, click. Next, click. All right, let me do it myself. Oh, wow. We lost it.
What has happened? What has happened? Okay.
What happened? So then I will. All right. What was 20 years ago, dear friends? What happened 20 years ago? Who can tell this? ISPs provide internet transit to organizations, content providers, and end users. Enterprise networks bought their internet access from access and transit providers. And after this, what happened? What is now? Internet has become an essential part of every organization's services. So they are taking more control over it, control on our souls. Is it right? Yes. What about the businesses? Businesses needed to optimize their services. And that's why we will continue and go to the next slide. All right, it's working. Okay, what's changed there? The importance, growth in the importance of internet to business operations is driving more enterprise networks to manage their own connection to the internet. So companies, they want to organize themselves and control their access for the internet. And they have certain issues happening with it, and it will also raise certain risks from it. And now there is more than one vendor relationship that can be organized. This is IXPs and direct peers, and that's why currently there are many enterprises who now take on roles previously the responsibility of the ISPs. Having the right resources, they are responsible for IP addresses, ASNs, they manage their peers and related costs, they want to manage their costs themselves, they want to understand how to peer and whom to peer with, and why do we need to peer. Sometimes organizations ask, why do we need it? And they need to understand, they want to evolve into this peering community. They want to get more knowledges on this. That's why there are a lot of things to learn, where to start from, who to speak with, what are the best practices we should have to share with, how to deal with network problems and outages. And some certain organizations, they have crisis, different type of crises when the internet is switched off, and then they say how to solve this issue, what to do, and then they go later to the next part. Euro-IX developed this type of peering toolbox for the community. This is a community-focused Euro-IX project. This project is focused on the needs of the community, and organizations involved to this project are Links Africa, Kentic, and HereNet. Probably you never heard about these organizations. I also don't know about it. It's not important to know everything. And the main aim of this project is to provide a learning structure and best practice information for new entrants into the interconnection community. If you came to this place, they will give you this Jackson, this Jane will give you this or this equipment. If power is off, you need to do this. They will explain everything. Next, the toolbox will act as a reference guide that IXPs and networks can point others for best practice information and learn how to meet the IXPs and peers requirements. Next. All right, here it's a very interesting person. His name is Philip Smith. He is was running he works as a product manager within our company, and he has 25 years of experience within this BGP, IXP peering, routing workshops, capacity building, and technical training all over the world. And inventory of resources was created, and here you can see it's on under the link. If you go through the link peeringtoolbox.net, then you can find it. If you have certain questions or certain comments, then at the end of this presentation you will receive an email, and where you can send your information through it, and you can give your requests. Under development is an interactive toolbox right now. This is something interactive, some kind of interactive toolbox. Somebody wrote this, somebody wrote that. This would be very interesting. Yes, you have 5 minutes. All right, I'll be on time. I think you understood what is the peering toolbox. If you have any questions, please request to us, and I will continue. Please continue. Yep. Yes. Next. Root server working group and workshops. This is very important thing. We in Keyroot we opened the Keyroot in Uzbekistan, and we have it in Tajikistan and in Kazakhstan. Like Nurlan said yesterday, it's already working for a year already. We have root server working group here. They are conducting the trainings by the servers. There is one person. One of the members of this working group is chairs Irene Lailoti and Stavros Konstantaras from AMS-IX. Where is AMS-IX? Okay, if you have any questions, go and ask certain questions from these guys. Next. Okay, next. Here about the certain standards, discussions. I don't have much time. That's it. I'm on time. Please applause Bijal. And also applause to me. If you have any questions, so they can ask questions. You can ask Bijal or you can ask Vahan. There was an email, right? Provided. Yes. Can we go back to this slide? Do I have one more minute to show the slide with an email contact information? All right. Okay, regarding Bijal and Euro-IX, as I already mentioned, this event is conducted because our region it requires Russian-speaking people, Russian-speaking content, Russian content.
And together with these colleagues, we were establishing the Virtual King Cyril's Asia, and now we are actively cooperating with them in order to establish peaks in our region with the Russian content, and the secretariat IXF.net is also a work email. You can send your requests. If there is no questions, I would like to ask one. How can we become the membership if we are members if we are not from the European countries? For example, you are from Central Asia. Yes. As I have already mentioned, service region of Euro-IX, it's not only Europe. Service region, it's a big territory from Europe to Central Asia, Caucasus countries, Vladivostok. So my answer is positive. Yes, you can and you shall be a member. And we can help you with your application in order to help you to test this opportunity to become the member. And now we have experienced colleagues of MSK-IX. Do you hear me? I would like to add a couple words. We have two types of membership in Euro-IX. The European region itself have a right to vote and a right to vote in decision making, because association not only discusses but conduct, but offer some requirements to vendors, to colleagues, to partners, and the Europe region have the right for voting, and the other members can participate in dialogue, in platform, in meetings, but without this right. So of course there's a membership fee depending on the type of membership. Thank you. And here small additions. When we say Europe, Euro-X is also Central Asia is also Europe. So this is associative membership. Works, for example, if it's organization of USA operates in Central Asia, they can participate. Organization from our countries can participate as a fully fledged member, as a full membership, with the full membership right and preferences. Members have many rights. Yeah, of course it's better to be a member, full-fledged member, but it's more expensive. And you can try it in order to understand if you need it. Thank you. The next speaker will be Maxat Nessipbekov. He works in the technical services of the state segment of Kazakhstan. He will be talking about the regulatory aspects of the state segment. Maxat, you have 15 minutes. Good morning, Uzbekistan. Good morning, organizers. My name is Maxat Nessipbekov. I'm the head of IT department of the State Technical Services of Republic of Kazakhstan. So I would like shortly talk about our organization. It was established in 2008. Currently, it's the operator of the information security, and our country conducts the strategically important projects for ensure security, technical support, coordination of the centers of the information security, conducting auditing regarding the information security and safety. And I will be talking about two our projects. In my opinion, they are very important, such as access to the internet for the state segment and the state peering. And I will talk shortly about conceptual moments, and I hope that it will be interesting. That's why we have state technical services to control. And of course, I'll be glad if you give some feedback. When your organization was established, and by whom you're talking about our organization? It was established in 2008 by the ministry or agency responsible for the information and technology. It was called Eastera. Now it's called State Technical Services. Currently, we are operating as a independent organization. IRC, it's a united access to the internet, and we will be talking about these aspects. For the work of any state project, we need to have a regulatory basis. We have three main regulatory documents. First is a law on information, and in ITC we call it this document as a set of regulations and information on the security for entire Kazakhstan. Third is the rules of the functioning of the unified access to the internet. Law on informatization defines the state monopoly on these activities, and this access needs to be accompanied with the state technical services. All access to the state segment need to be conducted through this agency. Let me return back. So, what kind of connections we have? We have state agencies, ministries, committees, agencies, infrastructure of our president, of our government. It's connected to this success. Akimats, which are local administrations, affiliated bodies, business, critical important objects. A technical complex consists of the anti-DDoS, which works 24/7 in online regime. Here we can see types of protection. Can we return back? Anti-DDoS complex for protection is the next generation firewall with the SPS filtration and inspection for decodification, for botnets, combating control of applications, internet resources regarding access. Publication firewall is for protection of the internet resources, websites for the data leakages, and currently we have a policy of more than 50 domains of the state segment NOG.KZ. It's a website of the president, eGov, it's electronic government, and one unified portal of the internet resources as a pool of all state services, public services provided. Then we have research of the threats of the 0 day. I think you know how to work, how this component works through the analysis. Next is WAF. It's the ensuring of the protection of the web applications and the mail gateway, which is protection of the email addresses, combating spam mails and so on. Here's the statistics for the last 3 months. We have identified and reflected more than 600 attacks of different levels and more than 50 million harmful requests. Here we have main attacks to the government resources such as injections, command injections, attacks related to the access control or identification, DOS, and the code injection. So our firewall identifies and combats them. Here we have the operators of network, which are connected to HZ. So we have a contract with the network operator who has years connection with this access point, and operator goes through our equipment for providing services to their clients. And Jusam Mobile is the operator of inter-country, inter-city connection within the country, and we have secondary operators. Well, in Uzbekistan they call it providers of the network.
Here I want to talk about certain nuances that we are having currently. As I already earlier said, there is one document which I said it's a unified needs, the standards, and we have VPN, we have access, P2P, play resources, and also certain categories. Except of VPN, we are not providing access to anyone else. We can make exclusions for VPN based on the official requests of the state organization, and also not only for a different type of VPNs. We can provide IPsec, but for SL VPN we don't provide because we think it's not safe. Here there are certain issues that we meet quite often with and our clients. They say Zoom is not working. It's connected to the fact that Zoom has a very thick client thing, which you should have to place to the working station. This technology has a clinic thing because we are conducting this encryption, the transcription of this clinic. It's needed to be worked through the browser, and as I said, it's open sourcing GSME, and but now we made certain changes in the requirements, and that's why we say that this Zoom problem should have to be solved, and it was solved. After this, we are talking about the connection to EHD, and I think it's connected to the point that certain organizations, they are not competent and they are not going through the normative documents. We need to have, of course, HD's root certificate, and then they make a request for us if they have certain VPNs, so we would not block it. They needed to do it in advance. Sometimes they say TeamViewer is not working. Yes, as I said, we block it. We are not given TeamViewer for everyone, but in addition to that, EDPs and others are also blocked, and also they say the connection to the operators, network operators, are quite expensive. Certain operators, network operators, they increase the internet prices when it goes through the EHD, and we cannot affect it. This is just the relations between network operators and clients as well.
Even
though the network operators, they are connecting the clients to us, but we're trying to work directly as well. We have more than 100 official papers received and more than 646 requests made to work directly with us, and that's why I wanted to say that we have ticket systems right now. Last week we made electronic signature, and we hope that official papers will be reduced, the amount of official papers will be reduced. As you know, Kazakhstan has electronic document exchange. That's why we want to use the ticket system now in order to solve all these issues. A little bit, I will talk about a little bit of ticket system. This is the development of Kazakhstan. It started to be implemented from 2018. We are developing it, and we also implemented Telegram bot. We have all the user conditions for the end user, so they can, if they have certain issues or requests, we are solving it. This is the catalog STC-KZ web page. This is the catalog which has the information about the clients. If, for example, GTS is finding certain informational safety issues or within the organizations, state organizations, and if it's blocked, that by the help of this catalog, if the operator fills this catalog quite fast, then our company, we go to these state bodies to solve these issues. And now I will talk about the TUIT. This is the point of internet traffic exchange. This is the IX, state IX, and it works based on two normative documents. This is the law on networking, where there is a monopoly of this GTS, and here is the law on networks, on networking. Here it is regulating our organization's activities as well as the international and local connections, and they announce their networks, and we should have to work under this document. And currently, state peering is working in Astana and Almaty cities. You can see the mobile operators working on the pilot regime in Pavlodar and in other cities as well. We have Looking Glass development that we developed ourselves based on the requests. We are trying to work and develop it, and here is the information of the Looking Glass. It is 180 gigabit per second, works on the 180 gigabit per second, and we are working. Our plan is to cover up to 18 regions of the country to maximally localize the traffic. As you remember, Nishal said when he showed his graphic, we had 4 points in Kazakhstan. We hope that next year, at the end of next year, we will have more than 80 yellow dots. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions to Maxat, please, you can ask. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time. There is one question. Maxat, thank you so much. Applause for Maxat. Next speaker, Oleg Yemelyanov. He is the CEO of NOG.KZ, founder of NOG.KZ.
It will be difficult to present in 15 minutes. But I will try. Oleg, could you please try the presentation? Okay, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to talk about operators in Kazakhstan. What are the rules of game? What are the players in this sphere? I will try to cover as many things as I can. Next slide, please. As we know, in Kazakhstan, we have a very huge area, 9th place in the world. At the same time, population only 20 million people. It's only 63rd place. And the density of population is very low. Amongst 200 countries of the world, Kazakhstan takes 183rd place. So All this, of course, impacts the problem of access to the internet, because to each settlement we need to use the thousands of kilometers of fiber, optical fiber, and uneven distribution of the population is also creates a problem. Almaty, Shymkent, Astana are the most populated cities with the several million of people, and we still have some small villages with 250 people only. And of course it's easy to provide access to internet in the big cities. In the small rural remote areas it is not sufficient, economically beneficial. And the small statistical data, according to the speed text of the global index, Kazakhstan takes 61st place, 34 megabytes per second. Of course, these indicators are not 100% reliable, because speed test is not always realistic, but still gives some understanding. And according to the resources, 1 gigabyte of mobile internet costs 57 cents. So according to the official statistics, the share of cost of population is 3.3%. And in Kazakhstan, we have almost 3 million households connected to the fixed internet. Beside this, 46.5% households are connected to the fixed internet. 44% in big cities, 28% in the small cities, 18% in the villages. In Kazakhstan, we have 6,400 villages, and the cities and villages have optical fiber. But of course, not all citizens, like people living in these areas, have opportunity to connect to the internet. And walls is available, still available, and of course, the fiber, optic fiber is available, and 4,858 villages have 3G and 4G. It's about 1,500 villages do not have 3G or 4G. In general, it's very small villages which we have ranging list where not more than 150 people are living in the villages. It's usually remote areas.
And it's very difficult to bring the optic fiber to these regions, but we are trying to conduct the works in order to solve this issue. I will talk about it later. I also want to say that the market on the internet services in Kazakhstan, by the official statistics, it has 530 billion tenge per year. It's more than 1.5 million USD per year. Who are the main players within this in this sector? This is the regulator and the Committee on Telecommunication, and also under the Ministry of Telecommunication, which works with the state politics in communication issues. We have shareholders, state technical service organization. They have certain directions which are working on. As I already said, this is the IX, state IX. It's called the point of exchange, and we have a two-star organization. I will talk about it later. Maxat PhD organization. We also have Republican state, GRSS. It's state radio frequencies services. They are working on radio issues, and they want to start working on the cable canalization issues. In addition to that, they have state monopoly in the measuring of the quality of the access to the internet, including the quality of the internet itself. Also, hosters, operators of networks, operators, hosters, CDN, private IX, associations, and NOGs, different vendors, and also different vendors, and etc. I think it's a standard like in other countries as well. Regarding the operators, during their activity, they are, of course, conducting activities based on the legislation. The main law is the networking law, was launched in 2004, and of course, it's always amended. This law is working. People are working under this law, and we made certain amendments in 1st May of this year to this law. Of course, we have certain changes within this law. We understand that law should not stand on one place, and we should have to conduct amendments. It should have to visualize our real life. But from the other side, for example, old statements are within this law. Also, for example, the telephone connection is sometimes people, they mix it with internet network. We think that we probably should have to create the new law on networking with the should update it with the new realities of today, of our days. There is also another decree on the Ministry of Investment and Development of Republic of Kazakhstan on providing the network network rules for the companies that provide the networking services. Those rules were implemented in 2015, and certain amendments and changes are conducted. And 31st of March of 2023, we made certain amendments, and I would say that they will do another amendments soon, very soon. I want to say that if client wants to buy a SIM card and start using the mobile services, he needs to go through the video identification. His face will be taken, the picture should be taken from his face, and it should be placed to the database. After this, we have certain other documentations where we should have to provide, it's like a standard of the quality of the network that provided, and there are many such kind of documents. So we cannot understand it clearly if we are not a specialist within this field. I can say that the networking actions are properly regulating, I can say, but it's not ideal, of course. What are the networking operators in legislation? Within the law, it is said that the network operators, those are the legal entity, or there might be the legal entity organization, and which provides the networking possibility at the territory of Kazakhstan. I don't think that it's a good definition of this word. I think everyone who has a router is the operator of network operator, because he can export the network, and the network is will have the equipment. It will cover the equipment. It will cover all the network and everything. So that's why I think it's a little bit different. Definition should have to be a little bit changed. In addition to that, they make certain definitions on the network operators, on mobile operators, on the also they give information about satellite operators and etc. They say that the internet services, it should not be licensed, and however, there is a certain point here. We will talk about this. In order to start the networking activities, then you need to register through the internet, through the certain portal, which is e-license web page. You need to say there, okay, I'm this organization and I start giving the services in networking field, and you need to follow the qualification requirements which are under the laws. The main point is the center of the management of this network. It should have to be located on the Kazakhstan's territory. You should have to have certain employees who are working and providing services on the network field. But the main point that is operators, they should have to pay themselves for certain activities that they are providing. And if we are talking about, if you are not following the qualification requirements, then there is nothing, there is no problem. Basically, you can start your business without following all the qualification requirements, but later of course you need to follow the laws and etc. There is a code of administrative there is a law on violations, so it's administrative violations. Probably might be fined from 50,000 up to 200,000. This is the monthly based units, and currently one MRP is 7.5 USD. Why it's a huge fine? Everything is connected to the entity volume. But if you are a big organization, a huge subject, then you need to pay higher fines. If you if you find first time, the fine might be cheaper. If you find second time, it might be higher, the price. And of course, we need to follow all the laws of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Republic of Kazakhstan, you need to follow the rules of the requirements of providing the networks in Kazakhstan, and you need to provide the quality networking services, and the quality standards are already written. If you are not following the standards, you will probably be fined again. Regarding the SOPs, we have certain laws on this, that we are changing the requirements to the SORM. If, for example, first time you pay the fine, and if you caught second time because you don't follow the standards, probably they might stop your activity. This is the risk for the operator. What about the licensing? And on these four type of activities, then you need to have licensing. This is the international telephone networking, international within the country telephone connection, and so satellite networking, and etc. What type of and cellular as well. What are the cellular operators that we have? We have the market share of 62%, which divides the market of the cellular operators. We have Kcell and Altel Tele2. The share is 62%, and we have Cartel, and the market share is 38%. We have 25 million units of cellular subscribers, cellular operator subscribers. We understand that not only people but also robots can use the cellular networks, and those with access to the internet are 18 units. of people, and annual market revenue is 250 billion tenge. It might be 500 million USD per year. In order to become the mobile operator, of course, you need to obtain a license with obligations. One of the obligations is to provide the service of the mobile internet in the regions and in the cities, and also far distant areas of the country, as I already talked about. If you want to become an operator, cellular operator, then you probably need to work for your miners. In addition to that, the mobile operators, they pay additional tax, which might be 1.4% from the turnover. And in addition to that, you need to buy the frequencies. For example, I just put here, we had 5G frequencies, and Kazakhstan it wanted these frequencies, and they paid 156 billion tenge, and if it's in dollars, it's $300 million for two set of frequencies. Like, we don't have much time. Okay, yeah, we have within the country and outside the country operators. In order to receive the license, you need to pay additional tax 1.4%. In order to acquire more than 10% of the company's share, then you need to have the state permission. In addition to that, you need to have the international traffic transmission is carried out only through the networks of international communication operators, taking into account compliance with the operating procedure systems. This is the center of the managing of the telecommunications system. It means that only operators of international networks can have international network access. For example, local operators, they cannot buy the networking options from the foreign network operators. In addition to that, it's prohibited to exchange internet traffic between telecom operators through telecommunication networks located in the territory of another state. And also the international operators, they are mandatory to connect to the point of traffic exchange, and they need to transmit the traffic from its networks and customer networks, and they need to receive the traffic from this point of exchange without filtering it. We have officially 10 international operators, and I will talk about 4 main ones who have the full standards by the Kazakhstan territory. This is Kazakhtelecom, this is Transtelecom, Jasan Mobile, and TNS Plus. The rest, they are small organizations. As I remember, Astel has program of transmission to China, SmartNet has to Kyrgyzstan, and other companies. I heard that they have license, but they are not providing certain services that are needed. And also, in addition to that, I want to show how fixed internet operators are distributed. The information is not. I made this information from different sources, so probably it's not so reliable. I was trying to search for information. We have Kazakhstelecom, who has 1,750,000 subscribers. We have Beeline, 650,000, it's 22%. Transtelecom, Almaty TV, and Jusan, and they have 7 or 8% of market share. All the alternative network operators, they are they are having 10% of market share. By my calculations, we have 40% of alternative network operators. Currently, I mean these operators who have their own autonomic system, their own block of addresses, who can conduct the BGP connections. In addition to that, there are very small operators who are working such like a dealers, resellers, and there are maybe 100 of these kind of small organizations. As Maxat said, we have points of exchange, we have state technical service, and this is the monopoly on organizing and technical support for internet traffic exchange points of telecom operators on the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Currently works on 4 cities: in Astana 40 gigabit per second, Almaty 120 gigabit per second, Pavlodar 1 gigabit per second, Karaganda 7 gigabit per second. I should mention again that traffic exchange is free of charge, and transmission of traffic from from all the clients and networks is free of charge. We have point of exchange, as Maxat said, it's called IX STC KZ. In addition to that, we have IXs in a gray zone. This is KazRENAIXP and KazRENAIXP. Those are the point of exchange which are working even though there is a monopoly of the state. In the fourth quarter of 2024, it is planned to introduce amendments to the legislation which remove the state monopoly on activities of IX, although the point of exchange will continue working. The certain operators will have the mandatory requirement to connect to the international telecommunication system. The rest will connect to it, not mandatorily. Those are connectivity results. Overseas connectivity, you can only connect to the foreign operators is conducted through international operators. International operators, they need to connect through TOIT and exchange their traffic through the client free of charge. The other operators, they can connect to this state operators free of charge, and you can also connect to the IX, which is located in the gray zone. The peering, direct peering is not the direct peering is allowed in between the operators. I want to say also that we have certain quality indicators which are under the decree of the Ministry. The order of the Ministry approved indicators of the quality of communication services, and for this you need to provide 80% of the tariff for fiber optic lines. If you provide the services on 3G, the guaranteed speed should have to be 1 megabit per second. If 4G, it's not less than 5 megabit per second. What is important, the measuring speed should be within the network. We should have to put the hardware there, and you need to conduct the measuring within the network itself. I think it's very easy to follow those requirements if you are following it. Regarding the radio, it's more complicated scheme. From the beginning of 2023, we conducted 471 installations since the beginning of 2023, and there were fines up to 2 billion tenge. And they might give you certain type of discounts. If you are okay with fine and you pay for it, you can have 50% discount from the original fine. It is already 1 billion tenge is paid already. In dollars, it will be 2 million USD, which were paid by the mobile operators for providing the not a good quality of services to the clients. And those are the novellas which are implemented now. As I said, they will remove the state monopoly from IX regarding the CORM, also there would be certain changes, and also regarding the CORM, you can take it for rent. In addition to that, there are certain new novellas. Network operators, they should have to install the control systems on their own facilities. The technical services, they come, they put certain hardwares, they conduct certain manipulations, and now it's conducted quite easy. Everything is simplified, so state can see whatever is happening within this network organization. I will talk about it later. Just because it's still under the development, we would know about it later. In addition to that, we need to form and transfer to the authorized aggregated data authority for statistical reporting. We don't know what kind of data it will be exactly, but certain information will be provided later. Regarding the cable of canalization cable, Kazakhstan is a monopoly organization on these cables. And we had certain problems for a long time because they didn't allow this cable of canalization to be used by other organizations. That's why for Kazakhstan, of course, now should have to allow to the other organizations to use it. Now we have a commission under the ministry, and this commission, I'm also the member of this commission, and we will start solving these issues to remove this monopoly from Kazakhstan. That's why Kazakhstan's mobile operators, if you have certain problems, please I want you to connect with me, and I will explain you the procedure itself. The license is introduced. We have certain banks will organize their own virtual operators, but currently everything is legitimized and everything is included to the law. And in addition to that, they are conducting the satellite connection with application of non-geostationary communication satellites. This is the national project. In Kazakhstan, we are developing now the national project, which is called the Affordable and Internet. What is the national project? This is the complex of different legislation acts, which are the main aim of it is to solve certain issues. The main goal: provide internet access at speeds of more than 100 megabit per second throughout the country. That means that the country is actively working in this regard. In addition to in every region of the country, we would have the access to VOSL, and we are conducting these works. The last mile will be subsidized within the distant areas of Kazakhstan. If the operators, they don't want to work within these distant areas, state will give certain subsidized loans for them, so it will be helpful for them to continue their activities. In addition to that, we will have the optic fiber, which will be allocated, which will be distributed along the roads of all the territory of Kazakhstan, along all the roads, and it will be the equal access to the internet connection, also the mobile network connection. So network connection should have to be everywhere, and currently we are developing the equal access for internet and also mobile networking access in every building. So every building should have to have this access easily. And in addition to that, we are planning to increase transit potential, as Nurlybayev said, that optic fiber would be placed on the Caspian Sea, so we would have additional access to the world by the alternative routes, because now we have only the route from Russia. And that's it. We are waiting for you to come to Kazakhstan. Thank you, Oleg, for informative and useful information that you provided. I think other countries would be interested to use your knowledges, and thank you and practices. And we are finishing our panel session right now. If you have certain questions, you can ask during the coffee break time. Thank you. I will be here. You can ask me anytime. All right, friends, we all came back from the coffee break. I just want to see your hands now, but I don't see your hands. Can you please raise your hands? All right. We were tired. We were writing a lot. We are happy. We are energetic. All right. Are we energetic? All right. Let's say all together we are energetic. We are happy. Are you happy? Yes. Thank you so much. Everyone were happy. And now we have another panel session. Even though it's, how to say this, even though it's called on 3 letters, by 3 letters, this is a very good panel. It's called IXP Panel. And we have different IXP organizations who work with IXPs, which are connected with IXP, and they provide services which are quite interesting for the IXP and for the market, and they will give their own opinions on different IXP experiences within their region and their countries. And I want to ask our participants to join us. First is our moderator. Moderator is, who is our moderator? He's a very interesting person. Do you know Peter IX? Who knows Peter IX? Peter IX, you know, right? You know Peter IX? All right, you know as well? Good. This is Peter IX. However, he is not only working for Peter IX, that means in Peter city, but also he works in Kyrgyzstan, right? Am I right? Yes, yes. He will talk about it more. This is Nikolai Mitluk. He is one of the initiator, the founder, developer. No, developer or not? Developer. They are creators of Peter IX. Nikolai Mitluk, please. The floor is yours. He is a moderator. He is such a beautiful man with a tie. And we have beautiful participants, very important participants. Salavat Ormoshev from Kyrgyzstan, the Association of Network Operators of Kyrgyzstan. Also very beautiful man in his suit. Okay, please take your seat. Unfortunately, the only one but beautiful part of our panel session, Zarina Abzalova, a woman and police woman, a woman NK root server woman, Eastera from Eastera company. We have one serious expert who asked a lot of questions yesterday, and he's holding his hand on the pulse of Kazakhstan and other countries in Central Asian region. This expert's name is? Who? What is his name? Who asked a lot of questions yesterday? Who? Madina? No, Madina was not here yesterday, and even today she's not with us. Madina is sick. Who else? Talgat Nurlybayev from KazRENAIXP, Kazakhstan. And Madina Botirova, unfortunately, is not with us because she is sick. She's from KGIX, but our participants, they will talk about the problems of IX and the development options. And now the word is to Nikolai, and please, the panel is yours. You can start your panel session. Thank you. A good day, everyone. I'm very happy to meet you all on this panel discussion. I hope that it will be good and productive and informative as well. Colleagues, dear colleagues, I understand that we don't have any presentations here. That's why we will have the real-time dialogue. If you have any questions, please don't be shy to ask questions. Our microphone is working. Is it working, the middle microphone? Do you have any presentation? All right, then let's start with presentation if everyone is okay with that. I think it's very interesting to look into the pictures and also read the texts from the presentation. Colleagues, can you please turn on the presentation? Nurlybayev's presentation about the perspectives and the challenges of the IXPs in Central Asian region. It's in English language. But my presentation will be given in Russian. While our colleagues are preparing my presentation, I just want to tell shortly about myself. I am representing KazRENAIXP. This is NREN, National Scientific Educational Network. This is the provider. This is a specialized provider for the research institutions and also scientific research institutions. Why do we need it? Because this community has a specific requirements. There is a specific services within it which are needed for the scientific research communities in different countries. And this project was created more than 20 years ago, not only in Kazakhstan but also in Caucasus region and in Central Asia and other countries. As I don't know, Uzbekistan also has it now. I think it was called SciNet before, under the Institute of Nuclear Physics. Now I checked on the internet, and now you have NEN, a National Education Network. But in addition to that, my main work is I'm a lecturer within the institution. For the last 15 years, I worked in Kazakh Telecom. Yemelyanov was my the boss, and now he's a senior specialist in national operator of Kazakh Telecom. My one of my previous students, he is a minister right now in our cosmic development industry of Kazakhstan. And my presentation was updated yesterday, but today I received certain new information. I checked on the internet that you probably know that there are 5 presidents. Yesterday, there was a meeting of 5 presidents of Central Asian countries during the General Assembly of UN. They met with Biden. This is the first meeting in the history that happened in history when 5 Central Asian country presidents, they met with US president. And on this meeting, they discussed certain questions, certain issues. We understand why they discuss certain issues, because currently in this region, right now, we have turbulence issues, and that's why America is the global player, and they wanted to strengthen the cooperation with Central Asian countries. And during the visit of Mr. Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan, he also met with the representatives of IT business from America. This is Amazon company's founders meeting, and there was a discussion that Amazon would place their data centers or availability zones, as they call it, in Kazakhstan. They will place it in Kazakhstan. It's not a certain exact project, but it's a perspective of the far future. But anyway, it's this information is connected to my presentation. Next, please. Maybe battery is not working. This is the name, Challenges and Perspectives of the Development of Non-Commercial Neutral XPs. What kind of problems do we have? My colleague from Kazakhstan, he said that this is not neutral. This is as a state under the special services monitoring sphere. And now we will talk about the XPs which are currently existing in Europe, for example. Clicker is not working properly. Here, I have a lot of technical details. I would not stop on it. Yesterday, Nishan, he already explained everything. That's why we will skip it to make it shorter. If we will create a lot of IXPs in our region, then who is going to be our client? We understand that clients might be providers, first of all, and also academic and research networks can be as well. It goes, I think it's more connected to the European and North Americans networks. Harvard University, they have certain networks there. They sold their part of their addresses to Facebook company or Meta company. We don't have this kind of thing that any university or institution in our country can have their own autonomic system with own IP addresses. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm talking about Central Asia right now. And also, what is important, whatever I mentioned, the last development, that the content providers and the cloud and hosting providers are also important. If in our region, in Kazakhstan, I know that probably in Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, they also have these local cloud providers who can provide the cloud services for their clients. Then I can say that they can be a good client for this IXP, the new created IXP. And whatever I also mentioned that yesterday we heard that the huge providers of the cloud services, such as Amazon, Google, etc., in future, the perspective, they can also come to our region, and they might be the clients as well of the IXPs. I want to share my experience as I already said. Now I am a lecturer. This is my main work within the institution. I work as a lecturer. In 2020, during the pandemic situation, I opened the first academy of Amazon, EWS in CIS country. This is I received official letter from the representative of Amazon, and I was included to some kind of Telegram channel at that time as a client of Amazon in Kazakhstan. And then I was surprised to see that those type of members like me there are a lot of this kind of members. Most of them, they are for commerce reasons. They are members because of the commerce reasons, but I am there because of the educational reasons. There are a lot of users from Kazakhstan who are the members of Amazon. I think the same situation is happening in the other Central Asian countries, and we have a lot of clients of these big, huge global players. In cloud technologies. And now we'll stop on the challenges. I'm sorry. What are the challenges that we are facing today? It was a very good presentation of our colleagues from Karaganda. Oleg talked about different regulatory problems. I will talk about Kazakhstan. Oleg mentioned about this article 9.2, the law of communication in Kazakhstan, who said that IXP is allowed only to be placed under the GTS. It is controlled by the Committee of National Security Services, and also Oleg said that the process is changed. So there is certain process going, and the legislation is changed. Karaganda is in the gray zone, as Oleg said. Our legislation is strict, very strict, but it will be eased by following the rules, as Oleg said. If you follow it, then it will be eased. So the XP might be conducted as a neutral, as commercial and non-commercial organizations. I think this situation will be we will have certain challenges with legislation in Kazakhstan, and so also other countries have certain type of challenges.
Here I have less information. What kind of other problems we have beside the legislation? The lack of technical expertise. Unfortunately, this is also important, especially in remote areas. It's a lack of development of infrastructure for the internet connection. Sometimes they are limited only to one provider, and there's nothing about IXP there. So how to respond to those problems, challenges, what we can do? First of all, we need to develop the cooperation with international organizations such as RIPE and CC. The thing that we are conducting this session is also says that we are developing the technical capacity of personnel for the future IXPs. Another important thing is the third point. This is the development of cooperation between the Central Asian countries. Yesterday we have talked about this, and unfortunately Kazakh representative was not so optimistic, and we are not interested in exchange of traffic. We will be selling it to our partners from the Central Asia, and that's what I got from his speech. And the next is the best practices on XP. We shall start the international experience, and we have EuroX representatives who can share with us their experience. And by the end of my presentation, I would like to sum up. This is my last slide. We have in KazRENA, we have idea of establishing the neutral IXP in Almaty. It's the biggest city with more than 2 million people living there, and the most developed, and we are located at Turan University in the center of the city, where we have this infrastructure available from all prospects. It's a good idea to establish our IXP there, and we hope that CAPIF, next CAPIF will be about the progress of this center and fruits. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Talgat. Dear audience, do we have any questions? If not, I have You have mentioned the construction of data center of Amazon in our region in your country, right? You as a scientific center, beside technical advantages, did you assess the economical risk related to this project? It's not a secret if Amazon builds this server, about 50% of hosting and cloud companies in the local market, local companies or neighboring countries' companies will not be able to compete with the transnational company and will have to be closed. It will create some barriers for development for the local companies. Yes, there's some risks, but first of all, we need to have the competitive environment, and the companies exist in the West. They are also competing with Amazon, with Google, with the three biggest players, and they're surviving. And I think that our Kazakh companies also had some chances to survive, and let the winner win. Well, it's not about surviving, it's about development of technologies. So all technologies will be focused in one project. I am sure that amongst us are hosters who will support my idea that it's not only about advantages, and currently you have mentioned that not only Kazakh users are using AWS and servers. If they have everything closed, I think that the chances for competition will be less. Well, but by the end of the day, the consumers will win. Consumers will have benefits. They will ensure many different services, number of dozens, like thousands, even thousands, hundreds of servers. Well, I have very optimistic expectation. Maybe it's better to support the local hosters. What is the refinancing rate? It's about 20%. Well, if support the local hosting companies with subsidized refinancing rate would be very good, as a 2% maybe. Well, 5-6%, yeah, let's be realistic. The thing that I have mentioned, our president has suggested to invite number of big banks. He has met with Citigroup president, I don't remember her name, and he invited them to Kazakhstan to open branches. And if we have a good business project, why not to have a good refinancing rate? Yeah, there's always some risks. Life is like this. Please use microphone. Please use microphone. My name is Andrei Garbunov. I would suggest I'm supporting your idea, and I would like to say it will be a significant breakthrough in this segment. I have visited Kazakhstan last year in a bridge brief, and I would like to say that Kazakhstan has a rapid developments these years, and I can see that these alternative data centers are being launched, and in my opinion for Kazakhstan it will be challenging because thousands of new companies are registered there and providing hosting services, and if the big player comes, it would be a good good opportunity to reinforce their position. Of course, there are some high risks, and Kazakhstan wants to attract different investors. And last year I saw the president's speech, and I was impressed with the opportunities provided by Kazakhstan, and I think it's very positive. And of course, we shall not forget about the competition, healthy competition. Zarina, what is the situation with XP? Excuse me, we have another question. So, I'm the representative of TBC Bank, and I have a question. Related to the recent events, like from yesterday's news, what do you think? How interesting it will be for Kazakhstan to involve the neighboring countries, as they will be the monopolists in the Central Asian region? Okay. First of all, I would like to say that yes, Kazakhstan geographically have a good position to be a hub, and even if we build Trans-Caspian fiber line, it will go through Kazakhstan. But I don't think that I want to mention that Central Asian neighbors, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, despite their less favorable geographical position and economical position, as they do not have oil, which Kazakhstan has, they have another advantages. For example, from another sector, but related to the communication of IP packages and material packages. We are ordering different stuff from AliExpress, and I have identified that we have a direct border with China, but products going through Europe, some countries of the Eastern Europe. Well, it was before, it was coming through Latvia and so on, but now they're coming through Uzbekistan, through Kyrgyzstan, and we are Kazakhs. We have high custom barriers, and all Central Asian neighbors. And logistics, we have some direct paths for inflow of goods, but products comes through neighboring countries. It means that it's more favorable for them. So if yesterday's Kazakhtelecom was saying that they're planning to go through Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan is the less favorable, because Uzbekistan is one of two double landlocked countries. Liechtenstein is another country, not in Africa. Therefore, hopefully they will use the way through Kyrgyzstan, through Caspian Sea. And Mr. Mirmanov has mentioned the following things. Thank you. Do we have other questions? Zarina, could you please talk about the prospects? What have been done? Thank you very much. And I have heard a lot about development of our neighbors, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. It's a great pleasure to see reforms in digitalization and coverage of the territories with the communication services. Regarding your country, Tajikistan, we are a bit located lower, and we are focusing on the development in the neighboring countries. It is due to the geographical position, as we have a very difficult and complex landscape, and as we have mentioned, our region is attached to the paths of transportation for the traffic. For Tajikistan depends a lot on it. Besides this, our country is being developed. We have about 10 million population, and the coverage is being increased from year to year. And it can be seen by Kazakh, by Uzbek partners, and the consumption rate increases annually. And we have very good, relatively good coverage, and these some difficulties related to the infrastructure, as delivering internet access to all remote areas is a bit difficult due to the mountain landscape, and the mobile coverage is the main source of communication. Regarding the achievements, I would like to mention that in Tajikistan, from the private internet provider of the fixed connection, we are located in we are in a good cooperation with other operators, and we one of those who are involved in the international project and trying to be invisible in the international arena. And we can say that we were one of the first who has mentioned the key root servers, which was launched in 2018. We had very interesting work together with Raipen, and thanks to this project we get a very good relationship with Raipen CC, and we are actively involved. We are trying to work with the local colleagues too. As colleagues has mentioned, we have some logistical constraints, but some options too. We are cooperating with China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. Zarina, what is there any internal XP like state-owned or semi or public-private partnership? The model of our structure is similar to Kazakh and Uzbek models. All interesting aspects discussed today regarding the regulatory documents and infrastructure are similar. We have also one communication center under the Tajik Telecom state operator. All providers and operators are categorized based on their technical opportunities, and peering between those operators are for free. We don't have any internal tariffs. We have 2 CDNs on the territory of the private operators, CDN of Google and Meta. And access to those CDNs, it's we can say it's free. So you have only 2 cache on the territory of Tajikistan, yes. So if you have representatives of other companies, you need to think about allocation of cash in other countries too. I think yes, because we always want to have some better conditions and options, and things I have heard today will inspire us to invite the partners and owners of the content to our territory. So I can see Jigor is smiling and ready to submit and deliver their caches to your country. Well, so Zarina, they have not only Facebook companies. Yeah, I have just mentioned the most popular come to in my mind. Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's aspect, Tajikistan is bordering with Iran, and no, we are not we do not have border with Iran. We have border with China and with Afghanistan and Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, you're traveling a lot. You need to improve your geographical skills. Tajikistan also participated in CASA 1000 project supported by different institutions for development, such as construction of the infrastructure from the Pakistan side, and they were planning to conduct strong lines to Uzbekistan. So I will not go into details as it is like in the development stage so far. Thank you, Zarina. Do we have any other questions? Andrei, you may take the microphone. You can hear the microphone. Zarina, how is the situation in Tajikistan? Tajik Telecom only is the only organization providing access. Yes, we have a strong monopoly. Tajik Telecom owns significant resources. We call them one unified communication center through which the other operators are reaching the trans-boundary channels. Was there any will to build their own channels? When this sphere was developed like 20-25 years ago, all operators had their own nodes, and it was based on the free choice. But after some time, according to the new legislation, we have a new regulation, and the providers are going through the national operator. So it is a new regulation, yes. From one side, it's good. So you cannot fight against this. Well, how to fight through the revolution? In this case, I would like to say that before this regulation, we had all technical environment and conditions and we were bringing to the balance those opportunities, like advantages and disadvantages, and this node was stabilized and developed. Currently, I can't say that we have any like serious technical problems, but relatively, like compared to the previous situation, we have less flexibility. About 10 alternative operators are working in Uzbekistan. We have two groups of operators and providers. Those are mobile operators and fixed internet access. We have 4 operators, the biggest players. They are sharing the market, and about 10 alternative providers, including fixed internet. They are also in a second group. But all them together, they are totaling 10 operators. No. Regarding the subscribers database, the private operators and providers are in the first line. So it means that you have more subscribers, and it's a huge force for impacting the regulatory bodies. We're trying to cooperate, and if we return... No, I'm not calling you for revolution. Yes, we used to have association on the territory of Tajikistan, and operators are not in a good friendship, I would say. They are all like independent. But how you have a free peering? No, we don't have a strong competition, but we do not have any consolidation, any society or association which will unite operators with one goal. And we have requirements. We have the same regulator which puts the obligations for the private operators to develop their networks. There's no any significant constraints, but if we look aside, we can say that development in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is more consolidated amongst the operators. But saying that we have some war between the operators for each subscriber, no. From the prospect of our company, we are cooperating with all operators. We have a huge collaboration, we have joint projects, and in some places we are competing, in some projects we are solving joint projects in a good relationship. And this association became unnecessarily because operators became more independent. Are you working in Dushanbe, or are you covering the entire republic? Eastera company works only in Dushanbe, mainly in the segment of B2B. It's a business to be B2B. Okay, you are not depending on the traffic, and the cost of this traffic is not critical. For our company, it is not critical. It's insignificant. And of course, the cheaper traffic we have, the better is for us. I don't want to go into discussion, into details. I would be very glad if we can organize or invite other Tajik operators. If we conduct this kind of events in Tajikistan, our operators will be very active, and you will hear other opinions. Let's conduct these discussions as a technical session. Maybe next conference needs to be conducted in Tajikistan. plan it in Tajikistan, because we have a lot what to say, despite our less visibility here within this event today, but we are open for cooperation. So I have desired to go to Tajikistan and help Tajik operators. Maybe you will be able to help us, because expertise brought by other partners is very essential, and we are always ready for this.
Thank you for your invitation. Thanks for the RIPE organizers. In 2025, I heard that there is a possibility to have it, right? Am I right? Where is Vahan? Is he here? He's applauding. Thank you, Zarina. Thank you, Andrei. All right, so let's continue and give the word to Salavat. Can you please talk about your organization and as an operator, and what are the perspectives? What did you do during the last years? Thank you. I want to say hello to every participant of this forum. The event is very interesting and very helpful as well, because we are in Central Asian region, and we are seeing here how our neighboring countries are developing, how companies are working here. We can conduct, discuss in this type of platforms different solutions, how to find solutions to certain problems and issues, and also discuss future plans as well. I am the president of the non-commercial organization, which is the Soyuz Telecom company, which was Association of Network Operators of Kyrgyzstan, and it was created in 2005, and this is a very effective platform right now for the discussion of telecommunication sphere in order to develop the internet networking in our country. It's very important to have a proper relations with the state organizations, with cabinet of ministers, with regulator, and so effective work of our association. It provides a proper environment for even for the regulator as well, because whenever there are new normative acts or new changes within the sphere happening, when it happens, we discuss with them certain information. We receive this information, we gather all the operators within our platform, and we discuss with them, and then we form certain tools to have one's unified opinion at the end. In 2002, there was a first peering created in Kyrgyzstan, and it's still working. This is non-commercial peering, and it's provided for free for the participants, members of the association. All the telecom companies, they connect into it, and they are using this access, and this is local peering, and it provides the transfer of exchange of transfers only within Kyrgyzstan. But anyway, peering is very popular because we have all the operators which is connected to it. We have a very fast connection possibility for all over the country. And now mobile operators, they are using content users, information portal users. They are all try to connect to this peering. Also banks, electronic services, digital services, they are all going through our peering procedure. Of course, there are certain problems here within the development of it. Many companies, many providers, they try to place the servers on their own facilities, and based on the subscription base, everyone, they want to have servers of Google and Meta. Sometimes within one country there are same cache servers, same CDM are located at the few operators at the same time. Probably we can place it to the peering and give possibility for everyone to have an access for it. We have very interesting model of management of peering because many companies, they are the members of this association. How to connect to peering, how to use the peering, and everything. It is regulated by the documents, which is discussed by the council of all the members of the council, and the members are all the mobile operators, and we basically discuss how we should manage this peering and etc. This is the model of management. It might be the example for the connections from outside, for the networks in between the countries that we might create in future. We discussed with our colleagues that we can have one peering in between Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and we at that time it might be a question how to manage it. We might probably create an association or some kind of like a association organizations which can manage this type of infrastructure. That's it from my side. We can go to the questions. All right. Question from my side. You said that you have free peering within the association, within the country, right? Yeah. Do you have national champion Kyrgyzstan within your association? Is he a member also? Yes, of course. They are also members of the association. So, in fact, the peering is free of charge within the framework of this association in this country, right? Yes. So for Kyrgyzstan, it will not be beneficial then, because mostly the traffic goes through it. That means that other providers, they can also send their traffic through their channels. No, now we are talking about inner traffic. We are not talking about outside traffic. We are talking about the local one only. So Amazon will be beneficial as soon as they connect. All the operators will be there. All right. Can you please tell how do you regulate the we understand that every operator who is connected to the peering, they need to have port capacity, free port capacity, so there would not be any blockages. So do you have any regulations that within your association, or maybe there is some information about port capacity? That's a good question. We have rules to regulate this point of traffic exchange, and it was discussed by the members of the council of this association. We discussed how company can connect to it, what is the capacity that is given to every company. There is certain information about how they can announce certain rules. Everything is regulated. Do you have subscription fee of this association? Of course, we have subscription fee within this association. All right, those fees, they will be also used to commutator. It goes to each operator or within the association? Is it within the association? This is the property of association, but every association can use the switches. We have a license for this. Okay, within your peering, except of traffic of the operators, do you have certain caches, or do you place it yourself? Operators, they will place the cache themselves. So peering is just, it goes only for operators, right? There is no additional traffic there, right? Yes, you're right. Okay, understood. Thank you. I have a question. I just wanted to ask my Kyrgyz colleague one thing, because I noted, I saw that in Central Asia there is a process of worsening situation after some time. In Kazakhstan, we had IXPs, but after that it was a monopoly, and they said that those conditions will be eased somehow, but currently it's not eased yet. The Kyrgyzstan has not so strict regulations on internet services. I want to ask, do you have a trend in Kyrgyzstan in whether to ease the situation, because we see that the situation is more difficult now within this region, with the state regulated somehow. Regarding the legislation, we should have to divide. Telecommunication sector is properly managed from 1998. It is regulating the technical aspects mostly. No, I just want to know your opinion, whether the situation is getting worse in your country or better. We have the regulations. I will discuss about it now. Regarding the content usage, now we are strengthening the regulations on this field. The content is increasing. We have a lot of information. We have a lot of users, and there are different types of users, children, adults. And on the legislation, we are developing the mechanism to limit certain access for the children, restrict certain access for children. Regarding the fakes, for example, we conduct certain political discussions, and there are certain normative initiatives which are created based on these fakes to stop this wrong fake information to be spread. And of course, mass media should have to be also attracted to it, because telecom operators, of course, they are conducting these works. But this is the problems that we face, but it's not a critical problems. Okay, I have a question now regarding the content, whether it can be a member of your association. You said operators only, but now the question to everyone. I understood that in order to increase your traffic, you need a content. Whenever content comes, people look at this very strangely, and they say, okay, we will include you, and then they will manipulate their traffic volumes. But content can be the member of different IXs, and it can increase the interconnection. How do you think? Maybe this is your next step. Probably you didn't think about it yet, but this is the point. This is the myth content that is existing within certain countries. Maybe in your countries is less than in Russia or Europe or somewhere else, but this is what is increasing the interconnection within the networks. The question goes to you right now, whether the content operator, without having a license, can become a member of your association. Is it possible? We thought about that, actually. And you know that we had certain requests from the organizations who has the content to have the peering, direct peering with us. But as I said, the peering is distributed by the operator, network operators. This is commercial service for them, and they try to keep it like a transit zone. They want the content. The companies who have the content to go through these network operators, because they want to be a transferring point to get to make a commercial activity with them. Even though they have license, they need to have all the operators, mobile operators. They need to agree for them to be the member of this association. All right, this is very difficult procedure. For example, if operators, they understand that they get money from it, but if you will become this free member of the member of this free peering, then the content will go anywhere. No, I would say that subscription for peering, we have more than 500 subscribers for peering, but how many members do you have of this association? 16. All right, Salavat. Can I know how? What is the difference here? Why it's 16 only? This is the transit. What kind of transit is that? The content is considered to be the autonomic system of these operators, or is it some kind of channels users, where they have the point of exchanges? They use their own autonomic system. They conduct the transit router. Okay, you have 16 autonomic systems within the members of your IX, right? 16 monopolies for one IX. Salavat, this question is to you. Speak to the microphone, please, so we can have interpretation. What is the dynamic of the growth of your peering for the last 3 years? Or you have static 16 members during the last few years? We have created a telecommunication market quite long ago, and providers who are on the market, they are not the new ones. Those are the old companies who can change their legal entity face or conduct the rebranding. Can you please tell us what is the percentage of your subscribers, whether it's growing or not, or is it static or dynamic? I cannot tell you exact numbers right now, but the growth is maybe 5 times. A 5-fold increase in the, to what period? For the last 3 years. All right. Can I have one more question regarding the content, regarding the participation of IX? What about Kazakhstan? We are interested in Kazakhstan. What is happening there? I can think theoretically about it right now because we don't have IX right now. The IX that is controlled by the special services. I don't know. We need to ask them. We don't have this information. So you cannot be a direct participant of this IX, right? Maybe yes, in general, because we don't have, like in Kyrgyzstan, a special license. We don't have a license for this. I thought that Kyrgyzstan is quite a democratic place. How do they understand who is operator, network operator, or who is hosting there? Maybe Maxat knows this information. He knows who they choose, who they connect into it, or who they don't. You can ask this question from him. I think they can connect others because everything is free of charge. Everything is for the money of the budget. They just need to buy the new switch. They need to put more ports here. No, I think it's misconception here because the development of IX it is a work on creation of the reserving and interconnection. I think it's the stone. I don't think that it's quite easy to regulate it. Maybe in Kazakhstan everything is regulated by the state, and the development of contact will not be beneficial for the state because if the content will grow, and then you need to place free of charge this commuters all over the region, switches all over the region, then I think it will be burden to the state budget, and I think it shouldn't be regulated by the state. I think Andrei wants to mention something else. If we talk about Russia, for example, due to the last legislation limitations that we have, before it was quite easy and free of access was free, but now we see that the point of exchange of traffic, which are located all around Russia, they are ready to unite into one association in order to be to combat against regulatory initiatives and innovations and innovations, I can say, in peering that state wants to implement. And that's why I think whatever is based on the state level, I think it will affect negatively commerce, and there is the free peering is not a good result. As Yelena said, there is no content anymore, and IX is seen. We can see the world IX, AMS-IX, and etc. This is what happens there. If you don't put the content to your own platform, it will economically be not beneficial for the free peerings. Then you will not have higher traffic, and then the idea of traffic exchange and in between content operators and network operators will be affected negatively, I think. Yeah, I'm not against your opinion. Regarding commercial beneficial, whether it's beneficial or not, they can motivate they think whenever you receive the financing from the state, we need to, of course, explain the budget where we are spreading this money.
So we have more clients, give us more budget, and it's not commercial story. It's just utilization of the allocated budget. The Amazon will be allowed in, but it will be corruption if the others will not be allowed to be in. Salavat, you have mentioned that you are offering to establish one unit via single billing for the Central Asian region or CIS region. What are the advantages for operators? Did you analyze traffic between Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan or between Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, like traffic of subscribers? What is the content? Well, you do understand me, right? Because subscriber of Kazakh will be exchanging with Tajik or Kyrgyz Telecom, respectively. Is there any joint traffic? The traffic is there, and the traffic for the cache servers. Well, cache servers, you don't have cache servers in your peering. We have data center, data traffic. We have financial organizations which are trying to establish the data centers in the country. Kazakh company reserved the data center inside the country. The traffic is very diverse. I can't just split them by groups, but it's there and it will be growing. And I think that development of the peering doesn't mean that we will be able to solve all problems. It will be just first step for improving the integration between the countries. And of course, regarding the internet access, we always used to have disputes with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan earning money on you. They have a cheap transit. What is the sense of this free peering? I can see your advantages. Andrei, you're just spending our time. Give microphone to Ivan. I'm not a moderator or facilitator right now, therefore I would like to give my question. It's not a question, it's just comment. That's why we are developing those measuring tools for the internet, so you can measure internet to see what is inside. It's not only for the speed test. You may have different measurement tools and units, and you can use our tools. They are free and they are available for free in Ripstad. An anchor may be used virtually. You don't need a separate server. And probe also have some physical presence. So no limits, no constraints to use those operators. And if you look at the yesterday's map by Alex for the Central Asia, we have very few probe impacting the global measurements. Therefore, I would like to ask all participants, if you still did not install this solution, please install. It's the initiative which helps the entire society. I'm from Kyrgyz Telecom. I would like to comment the traffic of data with the neighboring countries, because Salavat is a bit tired answering these specific questions. Salavat from the Association of the Operators, and he might not be aware about technical aspects known by the operators. And I would like to reply to that question. According to the recent geopolitical situation, we can see that business moved towards the globalization and integration, especially the recent events in Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. We can see that despite the external factors, business try to expand their borders. Therefore, if we look at in the financial sector and bank sector, the construction sector, we can see that there is an active search for expanding the borders, alternative markets, and Kazakh companies are actively penetrating the market of Kyrgyzstan. And by this, I would like to reply to a question that all Kazakh companies trying to build direct channels and routes with the Kyrgyz companies, and we have telecom companies organizing different channels, VPN 1, 2, 3, and this is regarding the financial sector. And we have representatives of the construction business, which is being actively developed, and touristic business. We have active growth in demand for renting in the neighboring countries when they are opening the affiliated offices in the neighboring countries with the headquarters in Kazakhstan, in Almaty or Astana, or in Tashkent and Moscow. And they start actively penetrate the market of Kyrgyzstan, as was mentioned by the colleagues. This market is more democratic, more open, more flexible, and there's no tough regulatory norms existing in Uzbekistan or Tajikistan. I hope I was able to answer your questions. Yes, thank you very much for your comments. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Yes, it's a right comment. And according to the time, we are out of time for this session, for our panel session. And last question, Dmitry. I would like to give a question to Tajikistan TAIEX. We have our own exchange point in CIS, and we are working with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, but Tajikistan is avoiding us, or we are not so involved in it. We have opportunity. Do you have opportunity to outsource any services, for example, related to the foreign provider, or access to the traffic exchange point from CIS countries, for example? Can you develop this kind of request? Yes, I can say that we have this option. Through own request, we can promote or facilitate new resources or services or routes development. Yes, roads development. Yes, it is available. Sometimes Tajik Telecom, even though we're saying that it's flexible, it is actively involved in this market and very responsible regarding the internet services supply and providing services to the state events, to the citizens, consumers actively. And effectiveness is another issue. It's another question, but we are processing this kind of requests, and sometimes we have emergency situations related to the nearest exchange and nearest access points. We had the cases when we were shifted to another CDNs, Russian or Kazakh CDNs, in case of emergency. Yes, they are considering these aspects. Yes, please. Microphone in the middle. My name is John Beck, Network Solutions, Tajikistan. Additionally, I would like to say that Zarina didn't mention all things that we have another source of internet provider coming abroad from Kyrgyzstan, Elkat. In Tajikistan, we have not only one provider, we have a network solution, and I would like to mention this because we are already negotiating the second node together with the Uztelecom. So please don't think that we have only one provider in Tajikistan. I would like to comment that yes, indeed, there is alternative channel provided by you, but the main operators working traditionally during more than 20 years, they have their obligations within the contract regarding the license provided to them to use the main stream routes by national operators, but it is not so not so tough for the other operators. You have more rights as other group of operators with specific directions. Yes, Babylon is also our partners, and we are outsourcing small channel from you as alternative channel. Yeah, I know this. That's why I said come to Tajikistan, and we will have a very interesting discussion there. So as we do not have any questions, it's lunchtime according to the agenda. Thank you very much. If you have some questions, you can use this time for communication.
Who doesn't have headphones? Please tell us about this. I will check. If you don't have any headphones, I will check. Please take the headphones while they are given still.
So take your headphones because we will have.
У нас есть сейчас следующий. Why I'm speaking in English? Sorry, I'm sorry for my British English. So we are starting now. We are starting the new session on the challenges with IP6 development. We are talking about the challenges. It's how to say it in Russian. Challenges, exactly. What are the challenges? Who are challenging them? Who is stopping those? And how to manage those challenges? And we have wonderful presentation, wonderful video, starting from Google up to Irancell, and finalizing with our wonderful, great man from Kazakhstan. His name is Roman. I'm not seeing him. Oh, okay, Roman is here. All right. He is our activist of NOG.KZ, and he's a wonderful person, father and husband. Are you a husband? Yes, he's husband. Yes, he's married. Yes, and we have a wonderful presentation from him. He is the representative of NOG.KZ company on the real story of the deployment in Kazakhstan. What are the challenges they face and how do they solve it, and how can we make it better in a better way? And Semenyak is here or not, Mr. Semenyak? Then I will start moderating this session myself. Please, guys, come over here. Roman, Mr. Jafi, and Mr. Yoshinobu. And before we start, guys, what I wanted to ask you about, we have certain social media, and SCCs. We have LinkedIn and other kind of social media. Our girl Unka, she is working on it quite now. But if you like something, and I hope that you like something, then let's put your pictures within the social media, in LinkedIn, and everywhere else. And please write us what we can do better. And please write us what did you like, and please write whatever you did not like. We have a special evaluation form. You can start writing there, and please do it. So we will work on ourselves to provide better services, and our network would be better, and we would create more programs after this. Thank you for all of the presenters. I will start our first presentation. It is video. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, guys? Everyone is ready? Okay, let's go. This is Jane. Good day. I'm Nicola, and I'm working. We are working on IPv6 and switching off the IPv4. Today, I want to talk about the misconceptions. I cannot exactly say about IPv6. There are certain problems with this statement. I will stop on certain misconceptions. First is the IT guys, they say that we are implementing this IPv6 for 25 years, but still it's not been deployed yet. But if we pay attention to this graph, for example, Gizmopolis, if they connect to Google IPv6, we can see before that, up to recently, this deployment were not conducted yet, and in 2006. It was the IPv6 Google. They turned on IPv6 for 24 hours. After this, in 2012, we can see that IPv6 was included permanently within the certain medias. And after this, we don't see the high results of the deployment of IPv6. In this graph, we can see that it's less than 10 years of the process of, I would say even less than 5 years of this deployment process. Even now, only 45% is covered by IPv6. When we are measuring the temperature, for example, everything we're talking about the temperature in the hospital, for example. When we talk about the IPv adoption in Saudi Arabia, we can see that reliance here, for example, in India, the adoption level is 70%, or even in Uzbekistan, it's where the adoption level is almost zero. And here we can see the operators, huge operators, and we can see a lot of mobile operators, and their adoption level is more than 75%. And there are certain operators, they are deploying this IPv6 also. Second misconception, sorry, I have only 20 minutes, that's why I will try to be fast. I will stop on each slide. Of course, we can discuss it 30 minutes, but we don't have that much time. Misconception number 2, I'll think about it tomorrow. Scarlett O'Hara said, I will think about it tomorrow. So why we should have to think about IPv6 today? Because some time ago we could say that, oh, this is it's not necessary, it's not important, and it's also not urgent. For certain operators, we can say that it's not urgent, but for those who have addresses, this is important. Probably it's not so urgent, but I think that we shouldn't have to reach this stage when it might become urgent. It's the same thing whenever you have a dental problem, and then you reach your dentist whenever everything is huge. You have pus in your cheek, and then you are spending a lot of money after this. That's here. If we pay attention to this graph, you need to choose two, at least pick up two: quality, speed, or cost. That's why it's very we don't know whichever to choose. Implementation of IPv6, it usually takes time. The process takes time. Because you need to think, you need to change the way how engineers they think, and because whenever they work with IPv4, they need to learn how to work with IPv6. It still can be done quite fast if you have money and in energy. Whatever can be done fast is that it's the discussion or relationship with the manufacturers of the hardware. Hardware of IPv6 is not working sometimes, and this is the problem actually. And we know that the changing of the hardware, software, it takes a lot of time. Maybe it takes years. That's why it's easier to think about that. For example, if you say, I need after 2 years or after a few years, I need IPv6 all over the country, then I need to change the hardware. For the new hardware, I need to write exactly its technical characteristics, so it should have to have this or that characteristics. Then we will change it after 2 or 3 years, and then you can plan everything ahead, and it will be properly. In addition to that, usually people say, oh, let's do it everything quite fast. For IPv6, let's do it fast, but for IPv6, let it be later, they say. What is the problem here? they are trying to implement IPv6 on current IPv4 network. If we see this graph, then we have a question: when those changes should have to be conducted. In 2012, 10 years ago, nobody was using IPv6, and if there was something which breaks within the hardware, nobody will pay attention to it. But now, if the hardware will break, then it will affect 45% of people who are IPv6 Google users. In addition to that, for the people who are working with corporate networks, we should have to understand that if you ignore IPv6, it will not be a good result. Most organizations, they work with IPv6 by default, and they can communicate through IPv6. If you don't implement it, then you don't have security mechanism. Everything is non-controllable, and you will not reach a good result if you don't use it. If you cannot, win, so try to manage it. I have a wonderful story. 5.5 years, I started to work on one working group to conduct the traffic engineering in the city. We found certain different problems within the program on different softwares of the vendors. But when I did this work, I had to do the same thing within the next network, and I did it in 2 weeks because all the problems were already revealed. This is quite easy thing to do. Maybe 10 years ago it was more difficult, but now I think it's time to think about it right now. And the next misconception, number 3, everyone is thinking that IPv6 is just like IPv4, but with more addresses. This is a wrong thought. I hope that you have engineers here as participants who understand it. If there is no engineer, then I will explain. IPv6 works totally it's different to IPv4. That's why when you implement IPv6, you need to forget everything that you know about IPv4, and you shouldn't have to do everything exactly like you did with IPv4. Please don't do it the same way, because first of all, I will tell about certain functionality which existing in IPv6. I would not go deep to it, which is not existing in IPv4. They have different address plan approach. If we are talking about the links, every segment and interface which is included to the end equipment, which works on 64. Certain sites, for example, the personal computer users, personal sites, or huge clients, they are using /56 or shorter for customers. Now, we shouldn't have to think about address plan anymore. It will give you more time to use your time for other interesting things. The host configuration is more simplified. Router advertisement contains all network configuration. This is how it goes. Network changes are signaled back to hosts, and now it is possible to work on this set up. If you had only for example, global addresses can be skipped during this setting process. You can only work with backbones, link local only backbone, so it's easier to place it within the backbone. ITS is working on the multiple provisioning domains. It works on the multiple provisioning domains, and it gives a possibility to use the configuration information specific for the given network. For example, in some kind of Wi-Fi network or some mobile network, and host can receive this information for connection to this network, which will improve the use of the possibility of the host and use their networks. It was not everything, whatever I wanted to talk about. I just want to tell you the highlighted information. Misconception number 4, IPv6 is too complicated. I don't think that it's too complicated. It's just not IPv4. If you expect that IPv6 would be similar to IPv4, then yes, there might be some surprises. But in practice, whatever whatever you think that it's complicated, it's just the solution of certain problems which were found during the protocol creation. And IPv6 is better than IPv4, I would say. Unfortunately, yes, it's sometimes it's not always documented. I cannot explain about it. There are certain advertisement here as well. Certain books which are giving you information on the instructions how IPv6 works. You can just read it and understand how logically it works. By my experience, whichever IPv you use, I'm not talking about traffic engineering, politics of BGP. I think those are more complicated than IPv6. I think this is just the intention, whether you to understand how does IPv6 works. Misconception number 5. This is popular one for those who already implemented, deployed IPv6. After you deploy it, you set up, made the setting processes. What happens? I've enabled IPv6, I'm done. No, it's not yet. Whenever you deploy something, after this you need to monitor, and then you need to support it. You need to basically monitor whether it's used in a proper way or not. I will give you an example. Certain operator, they are using IPv6. On the left graph, you can see the operator who is using IPv6 traffic, and after successful deployment during the next few months they implemented it. After some time, the users who are using the IPv6, they are reducing after some time, you can see. But on the right graph, you can see the percentage of the users who has IPv6, but it's not working. And as a result, in 18 months, half of the users who had IPv6, they couldn't use it. When I connected those people, this operator, we found that they start to use the new model of CPs. This is the client equipment, and IPv6 was broken within these models, and operator didn't pay attention to that, didn't pay attention to the monitoring of IPv6. That means that after you deploy IPv6 within your facility, you should have to monitor whether it's working, whether it's used or not, because there is one point, such as API balls. For those who doesn't know, this is functionality of the end equipment, such as laptops or mobile phones. When those equipments, they want to use IPv4 and IPv6 at the same time. And at the end, when this protocol is working, then this thing will happen. Then IPv6 would not work there. If you deployed IPv6 and it's not working, or it's quite slow, then probably the client will use the IPv4 instead of IPv6 if they face this problem. We have an additional question: how IPv6 works independently without taking a base of IPv4. Sometimes clients, they can request to server to use IPv6, but in order to address to to the server, they need IPv4. This is the relation, the connection that we need to think about. So what are the solutions? I would ask you to continue monitor IPv6 traffic, its amount, and also pay attention to It's so data should have to be monitored. For example, if there are certain traffic problems, they need you to find out then probably you need to find out what is the failure problem, and if you have this possibility to monitor, then it's perfect, because mostly problems they will arise at the end, such as CPA operator problems, it might arise later. And now I will tell you a radical proposal. I will propose you to think that you need to switch off IPv4 whenever it's possible. You might probably think that I'm giving you some kind of scientific kind of fantasy right now, because many people, they think that our aim is to deploy IPv6 in parallel with IPv4 and then stop on this at this point. But I don't think that this is an optimal approach, because dual stack together would not solve the main business issues for which we are deploying IPv6. It will not solve the problems with all the IPv4 addresses. If every equipment will have IPv4 and IPv6, we need to have amount of IPv4 6 same as IPv4. In addition to that, if two parallel systems networks they work, then you would have problems to work on this network. It's difficult to monitor and support these networks. There would be two protocols that we should have to work on. If we think about happy eyeballs, then it's not always easy to understand which one the host will use. Then when we talk about the dual stack, it's not that easy to configure. Troubleshooting, there might be certain troubleshooting problems.
Yes, somewhere we can eliminate it, and I think that we can keep it in mind as a final goal of today's exercise. What is it? Is it something fantastic in our session? No. On this slide, I have added some key terminology which you can Google if you are interested in this IPv6 only. And it is very realistic scenario for the operator when they have user IPv4 and the mobile operators are introducing IPv6 only. And the same technology becomes available for Wi-Fi or contractive networks, which allows partially migrate the corporate network to IPv6 only. So the hosting platform here belongs to the British company, and we can see how they do this IPv6 only. And Wi-Fi enterprises and networks is just being developed. And after maybe 6 months I'll be ready to give more details, but now we need to think how in the short term we will be able to switch off IPv4. I think that this picture needs to be modified slightly and offered to use only IPv6, and we need to start from the introduction of IPv6. My email address is available on the first slide. If you have some additions, proposals, or feedback, I'm always open for this. So meanwhile, we have a new moderator, and I have a short addition. I would like to say that unfortunately Zhenya couldn't join us due to some documentation. Usually in engineers' mind, they have some routers or other equipment, brushes, and there's some equipment about which they are forgetting. For example, equipment which is being requested by the state bodies. And this is also equipment that also need to support IPv6 and need to be included in the plan of rotation, including all paperwork related to the successful migration. The next speaker have a big honor to introduce next speaker from Japan, from the internet sector. He will be talking about the introduction of IPv6 in their organization. It's a big and serious organization, and his experience, of course, is very valuable, and it is pleasant that it's a bit different region. It's not USA, it's not Europe, it's experience of that region which can introduce something new for us. And now I'd like to give a floor to Yoshinobu Matsuzaki. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. I also agree that this experience would be helpful for those who are with us today in the auditorium and for those who will check our event later in the recording, in the recording format of our meeting. Now we have another lecturer, presenter, who is representing the Iranian company in MTN-Irancell. So IPv6 protocol experience all over the world from different countries. I think that this is it's a wonderful thing. I would also allow myself one remark. Zhenya already said that it's a very good time now for IPv6 deployment, because main problems are already solved, and I think the condition understood, and IPv6 will develop as it is without paying attention to the mechanism itself, and its deployment will be more difficult later. Now it's ideal time, and we are happy that many people are here today with us to share with their experience and how it happened within their countries. And I would ask Abul Fazl Najafi to come to this to the stage with his presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think that we had a very interesting presentations, and it is very interesting to find the cross-cuttings. Sometimes look like that they are conflicting with each other. But in some presentations there might be the arguments for this transformation regarding the IPS-6 only. And we have the fourth speaker, Roman Chuchuk from Kazakhstan. He will be sharing experience within this region, rather XCOM, which introduced IPv6 into XCOM. And now let's give a floor to Roman. Good evening, my name is Roman Chuchuk. I'm from the X-Communication operator, XCOM, basing in Aktau, next to Caspian Sea. And the colleagues from Iran and Japan have shared the experience of introduction of IPv6. They were presentations were very complex, full of different lessons, and I would like to give the evolution of IPv6 introduction, and it will be easier and effective. And of course, we will need brass. That's impossible without this. We don't have any button which we can press in order to have a brass. You need to find out it yourself. But we need brass which can activate subscribers, introduce IPv6, can fine-tune the router advertisement, and so on. So isolation of subscribers of network. Network, in our case, we have a long history. It was the EasyNet network, and this network need to be well prepared and adapted so it can be it can look like a modern network or logically identical if it is basing on a PON. And we are using SCAT, VAS Expert system, and this is practically the checklist of those operations need to be done in order to have IPv6 based on network. Now introduction of IPv6 in the network is not a problem at all. Whenever you have a number of hosts or dozens of subscribers, giving them IPv6 is very easy. I think it can be managed by any engineer. But when you have millions, thousands of subscribers, it becomes very difficult. And it is very important to discuss things mentioned by my colleagues, how to plan the network. Planning of IPv6 network is most difficult things, but in reality is they plan the network when calculating the podcast, and when you understand the process of planning, it will be easy, of course, and can be managed by one engineer. Everything starts from the IPv6 network reception in RIPE NCC. 29th network was received as LIR, and it was split into 3 networks and given to our SP. And the first was 0, 0 first and second. And for subscribers, we are giving a 6-4 network. And the 0 network is the infrastructure of provider, our servers, a fabric, the plant for virtualization, and other internal mechanism. First network is a network given to the host. So what is a host? Is a device which is the first to brass operator. It might be router. Then it's a network 2 for the prefix delegation for the router will get address from first network. From second network it will get the network in order to distribute the zone source responsibilities. When we talked about planning, my colleagues has mentioned that this is the simplest method of the planning. This is the simplest mode of mapping. It's not addressing in Japan when they have huge internal infrastructure, really complex. Colleagues made simple IPv4 mapping, the simplest mode. We have coded with this address, and it will be more elegant if we add identificator of the subscriber, unique ID. We can implement IP address of subscriber if you have this in the billing system. ID IP address of subscriber. We have this unit, but before we were not using this, and we can introduce this by regions. In Kazakhstan we have 18 regions, so we split it into 18 regions, and now we have the plan of networks. On the right side you can see the RIPE database allocation. That was the most difficult moment in order to introduce the IPv6. If you can manage this, the others will be easier. The next phase for launching IPv6 is agreement with Uplink for provision of IPv6. It can be 127 or 104, or if it is from advanced, it will give the address. So you need to upgrade the PGP and we'll get this table. I don't know any uplinks not giving IPv6. It's very easy to get this link as in RIPE. The next stage, and at this stage I would like to discover some volume of IPv6 traffic volume by services. Of course, you need to fine-tune the servers. For these, DNS servers need to have connection to IPv6 and with uplinks, and the servers are DMS. Once they have learned to connect through IPv6 and to use the domain names of your infrastructure and the personal cabinet and website and other things, then you can check. Next is, now we are coming to the problem of what is first, chicken or egg? Shall we introduce IPv6? excuse me, I forgot to tell you something. Currently, we have 6 and 8% of IPv6 traffic in IDM servers and at the DNS servers. Where to take the content? Many operators say that we don't want to introduce IPv6 because we do not understand why. Where we shall take this IPv6 traffic? But these two secret boxes, Google Cache, Google Global Cache. We have two nodes of IPv6 and we have IPv6 with this configuration, and currently we have 5% of IPv6 traffic for Google Global Cache. And next is FNA. It's a cache servers of MNA. Those need to be functioned by IPv6, IPv4, IPv by BGP. And now with the cache node of Facebook, we have 6.1% of the network traffic. Here we are coming to the billing, and now you may say that billing is not accepting IPv6. It's okay if the radius is a separate fragment and not related to the billing with the root. If it's a separate radius by server or by radius, then you can use if, for example, IPv4 addresses are introduced in the billing and attached to each subscriber, there is no sense to make separate IPv billing addresses. So we convert them into the scoring. It means that in the radius, with the use of some events, you can add additional data on IPv6. This is easy to do. The number of those aspects are very simple. And we have IP addresses, we have a private delegation and DNS servers and the other data.
You will take your notebook, and then from your browser you will receive the IPv6 settings. Everything is so easy. You just connect it and everything works. After this we start working. We are talking about the routers right now, subscription instruments, equipments. It's also it will start working on IPv6 as soon as you put the you turn it on, and the router itself within the network, it should have to work with on IPv6. For example, router will have IPv6, but there will never be a traffic inside, and also preferred delegation. It will spread to all of its mobile equipment, to all of the microwave ovens, to refrigerators and others. They will connect everything. Guys, everything works. We went to the web pages to check IPv6. Everything is working right now. Yes, that's good. Now we have very popular resources. This is test IPv6.com and IPv6.com. They allow us to check IPv6. Which level are you like at it right now? We didn't even receive 1 point because it's very difficult to do the configuration of files right now that we can mix. The reverse transformation is not that easy to do, but we have a connection. Everything is working anyway. Now, this slide will tell you about the IPv6 networks that will be used mostly. Here on this screen, you can see top 10 subscribers which are using IPv6 in the short term for about 1 day. Here we can see that the top subscribers, they have 2 points at their sub-channels. That means that all of your subscribers who will use it, in 99.9% of cases, they will use the preferred delegation addresses. Routers will use the rest. And if you are working in the segment, in any segments, for example, B2B or B2C or anyway, there will be a router included within it, and you will use the prefix delegation there. Now I will stop on the theme whether we should have to implement, where we should have to get the traffic in IPv6. So let's wait for IPv6. Now we can see that we have 2 graphs here, top traffic and top protocols that we are using, practical protocols. Top traffic is YouTube, Instagram, quick HTTPS, click, WhatsApp, and this is our cache traffic. This is our main traffic. My colleague from MTS, he said you will have cache from IPv6. Yes, currently we have it, yes, but they are already there. But the practical protocols here, you can see the social media, messengers, web pages. We are still closing on the same servers. Currently, without any proper resources on IPv6, we can take IPv6 connection from this, taking it out from these boxes and use it. This is the one of these websites, testing websites, provides this information. What are the approaches to use this IPv6 networks? Now we are going through the route where there will not be any tunneling migration protocols. We will just go to the clear IPv6 usage. Same web page. Website gives us information on operators of Kazakhstan by using which are using IPv6. So here we can see 4 operators: X Communication, Cartel, Beeline, and 2 more. This is not a proper statistics, I think, because this is the visibility from one web service. This is just a test, speed tests conducted of the subscribers of these networks. We have more subscribers. Beeline has lesser amount, Tele2, they didn't know about this web page. But we have AMS-IX. It is conducting the huge statistical data collection on different direction, and Vahan said last year that he will bring people to this time who will tell us how do they get the samples. Maybe next time there will come these people. Now we have the statistics on IPv6 operators in Kazakhstan. Those are operators who are using IPv6 in real time, in reality. We started working with IPv6. We started implementing IPv6, and every person of our subscriber, he can use IPv6 on their routers. After this, they can use IPv6. You don't need specialists such as engineers who will set up everything. You just need to click twice. That's it. You can see that from 2022 there is a huge growth because the first CAP had in Almaty, and our results were 0.22% who used IPv6 at that time. It was a very slow numbers. And from that time, we decided to connect subscribers in 100% with IPv6, not only in their personal cabinet, but also on the router. We are connecting them to IPv6. If you don't do it, as Zhenya said, we will go back to where we started from. If we will not do it ourselves, the users, they will not be interested to do it, and then we will go back to the same point. And now, two operators or three operators, Tele2, TNS, Kazakhstan, and Cartel, Beeline, on their mobile devices, only on their mobile devices, they all Beeline is working with CPD, and they start working with router broadcasting, and in Japan they have higher percentage, and we are having 14%. I don't know how the data of other operators are, that they went high so fast, reaching 26. I don't know how it happens. Maybe mobile networks, they can have these things. And the experience for mobile operators is needed. This is my last slide, and we connected IPv6 in our 21% of our subscribers, and 4.1% of traffic of IPv6 is measured on our networks, and by the additional instruments we can make the testing, and we can see the same numbers. That's it. My presentation finished. If you have any questions, you can ask it now or later. Thank you, Roman. I would ask not to be worried about Roman. I will explain now how he got these numbers. But now we have a small announcement. I understand that you all want to go home, but we still have to do something here. We have one, and he has some kind of announcement. After the coffee break, we will have a short coffee break, and we will ask you to come back to the next session. And after this session, we will have a group event in a nice. We will have a group photo. Nothing will be painful, don't worry. And we will have a sponsors meeting and hosts meeting, and on the 6th floor of this hotel we will have a reception on the 6th floor. It will be interesting. Can we just go straight to get the cocktails? No. Right now we are going for a coffee break, and please ask questions from Roman. He has a very good practical experience on implementing IPv6.
Japan, I will take it.
So let's start our last session for today, and after that we will have many other events, and we have introduction to ITF, a short video which supposed to be ready, and we'll have Milad Afshari who will be talked about NOG, Alexander Lin, MSK-IX, who will be talking about the challenges of ISP, and we will have Gergana Petrova, manager on community development, try see.
Yes. So, this is Gergana.
So, well, actually, it's going to be a very quick one for me. I just want to invite Jen on the stage.
Yeah. What is the internet standards of IETF? I will shortly talk about what is IRFC and why I think it's very interesting. First, why the network protocols are important. We have GDP and the other important things are those things are some rules came us from skies or from God. No, internet protocol is was developed because those organizations are writing standards, and within those standard development organization, this organization need to decide how safe is this protocol, what will happen if we break the rule, and is it safe if we work in internet, not in a network but in internet, and what are the modes of implementation in order to ensure the interaction of those protocols. And one of these interesting feature is Internet Engineer Task Force. It's the organization which tries to improve the internet through the development of internet standards, and ITF focusing on development of internet protocols, IPv4, TCP, IPv6 protocols of first level and higher protocol, because they are important. Where we how we develop those standards, the main work is being done within working groups, which develops the documents and bring them to the final form. And those working groups are developed based on the thematical area, this routing protocol group, and so on. How you can participate in it? It's open for any person. It's open for the there's no any membership. You can subscribe for materials and you can read it and you can participate. You can participate remotely in a hybrid format. And for the remote participation, it's a minimum payment, and if you are participating as an individual, you can claim from your management the reimbursement for this participation. IFTF is open for new members, and development of protocol requires people's expertise from different backgrounds and different experience. What you can do? You can read the documents offered by this platform. You may leave your feedback, proposals regarding the draft of protocols, and of course the standards offered by this platform need to be implemented. This is another role of participation, and of course you can write the document and discuss your idea with the peers, with other colleagues, experienced people. What is RFC? RFC is a technical document published by ETF, which can include different information such as specification of protocols, technologies, and architecture of different levels. It might be requirements for different routers or the other systems, or the best current operational practices, how to do something, and remote document, operational document, which can be used as a good idea, but not for the large-scale implementation. So what is important? The important is to make a distinguish between the draft and RFC. It's a document published, and if you find some errors or thing they need to be done, and like some additions need to be introduced, you can send these ideas to us. Of course, first comes the idea. That person writes the individual draft. Of course, it's not the best quality document. Then this person sends this document to the working group for discussion, and depending on the topic. As I have mentioned, we have different thematical groups, and if groups consider this is a good idea and they are ready to work on development of this idea, they start a process of adoption of this idea and start working on elaborating this idea within the working group, bring them in a good shape for publication. And why I'm telling you this? It's obvious that the things being done today will appear in a network after several years as something realistic. It will come into reality one day, and why not to start right now? So if we look at the IETF draft, we can see that it may include different ideas which can be elaborated, and they have a good prospect. Why you need to participate, especially if you are engineer? It is very useful to have a group idea, to have different backgrounds, with different roles, because usually our group is very diverse. It's not only like vendors or not engineers, and it gives opportunity for more diverse view. And usually we are trying to avoid the conflicts of interest between the operators who are writing these concepts, and it's good when people come together, talk to each other, and find the compromises and make a document comprehensive. Besides this, in my opinion, a good opportunity to solve the network problem is to solve it within the network. This is a good example. In 2012, I have introduced IPv6 only for Wi-Fi and have mentioned that subscribers have 5-10 minutes delay in connection, and then I find out that this is because we have fundamental problem how this IPv6 works. And we wrote the discovery protocol, which was read by the working group, approved, and published. And within the work on this document, we had the implementation solution for Android. We have a request for vendors to implement this, and as a result, we have a happy users with no complaints. And could we have done it without IETF? Yes, because those changes are related to the fundamental networks, and it was useful to read these amendments with a number of scenarios, because not all networks works as ours. There's some fundamental networks working different, and it's very interesting to raise a new idea for discussion. When we decided to introduce IPv6 only for the enterprise network, we have identified that it would be very good if we allow hosts with the IPv4 to coexist with the IPv6 within one network. And we got the idea how to work. We came to this idea for the first working group, and after less than 1 year we have announced GTP option ID. Then after 1 year we had the first implementation on the network IC and Android service, and we have published it before my introduction. And the first deployment was very fast.
Could we have done it without IETF? It would be probably much more difficult, because IETF helped us to gather all the experts from all different regions, from different specialties, those who are authors, who are conducting who are implementing everything, who are working with servers. There were certain cases that we went through. It was very helpful discussion that was that helped us to do the deployment in an easy way. Otherwise, I would just come here without the knowledge and skills. And also this IETF, it allows other people to use this technique in their networks. In another case is the NAT64 prefix detection. So the client quite often needs to understand the prefix that is used. The current mechanism that they used over the problem with the safety, and that's why we thought that ideal it would be to transfer information within the network. We talked about the standard, and we discussed it on the working group scale. And as a result, before I implemented this in my network, we had 4 source implementation. And after this, we start giving our own recommendation without this IET's role here. It will be difficult to conduct the works. What is going on right now? I'm focusing on IPv6. This is my own main specialization, I would say. I cannot. I should have to give certain advertisement on my product. Sometimes that a client might have using the IPv6 PD to allocate unique IPv6 prefix per client is needed. The working group is ready to publish the document on how to conduct the renumbering of which is less affecting to the hosts, because if you are doing on the prefix SCCPD, then the prefix might change, and then it will affect the working of this network. Recently, there was published article on RFC, which gives the information on the questionnaire survey that were asking the clients how do they use this IPv6 service and everything. I want to thank you all, and if you have any questions regarding how to participate in it, if you have any questions, comments, just write me. Thank you. This is my contact.
Well, thanks to Jen for her
to get people in the operatory systems together, and by providing a platform these people to interact, communicate their experiences and best practices, and finally this gathering can help these people to have a better internet network for themselves. Well, let's go to the story of forming IRNAC. Before 2014, there was no community in Iran which was like it. So it was the first step, and the first step was to have a regional meeting held in 2014 by RIPE-NCC in Tehran, and the idea for having such community in Farsi for Iranian people to be able to communicate with each other. Actually, the idea was formed there for the first time. After a year in 2015, RIPE-NCC made a special LIR mailing list for Iranian people that the members of Iranian RIPE-NCC started discussing different topics, and the language was Farsi for sure. In 2016, there was an official meeting by Iranian LIRs, and around 60 Iranian LIRs got together for one day, and it was the first and the most formal step to form this community. There were around 20 volunteers to build this community, and they were actually they showed their interest under PC member title to become a member and start the first seminar of IRNAC. We had around a couple of different meetings in different companies, and these 20 people were talking about how to organize the seminar, what kind of presentations, the locations, the whole structure of it, and a lot of details related to this topic were discussed that caused us to get away from the core idea, which was just holding the seminar. I remember that in Oman in 2017, I was talking with Hisham in Oman, and we talked about it, that we were discussing for a year about details, and then we made a good decision with Hisham to start the first IR-NOC seminar, even if it's only for 20 people. We just decided to start the first one, and we did the first steps just after we came back to Iran. So the first IR-NOC was born in June 3rd, 2017, and we actually didn't expect such great welcome by different people, because it was just the first one. For the first seminar, we had almost 130 participants. That caused us to be more motivated to continue this path. To start, they didn't know us, and we couldn't attract many sponsors, and we only had 3 sponsors for that one. That one of them was for sure RIPE-NCC. During a one-day meeting, there were different presentations about different solutions, maintenance, and other topics related about IPv6, and also different aspects of network and internet. And we got great feedbacks both from the community members inside Iran and also outside of Iran, and it was like a huge success for us to organize and hold this first IR-NOC. Then after that, we decided to have a better format to this community. So we started it by having a structure-like thing that generally could define what this group is, why it was formed, what kind of people can be a member, how they can be a member. And there was a formal announcement issued to announce the people who were volunteer to be a PC member for organizing the other seminars. And based on the deciding PC members in RIPE, we had a similar strategy. We did some online choosing process, and among 144 voters, we chose 9 members as PC members. There were also 3 work groups that these people would continue their work. The first one was a technical working group. They needed to check the presentations that the people wanted to present in the seminar were evaluated by this group. The second one was about public relationships, which was organizing announcements and other related things. And the other one was event planning group, which was about organizing and holding the seminars and manage the task specifically related to the seminars organizing process. And there was also a secretary that I was the secretary of the whole thing. And the important thing about this seminar was it was all done in Farsi. So after 7 years now, we have a Telegram channel with 1,200 members. So considering the first IR-NOG and the motivation that we got, we decided to continue the seminars at least once a year. And as you can see, the later IR-NOGs were grown, and considering the numbers about the registrations and sponsors, everything was better. As you can see, in the fourth IR-NOG, we had a big number of participants, 6 sponsors, and it was a big achievement for us. During Corona pandemic, we decided to do not have the online seminars, because the nature of NOGs is to bring people together, which is not possible through an online event. So I consider it not really useful, and actually because considering my own personal experiences, for the first one, we had a hybrid one. It was both in person and it was also online, and we could get to a higher record. 200 people were participating in person, and we could attract 6 sponsors because IR-NOG was known then, and it caused to have more financial sponsors and to convince them to support us. While actually for the second and the third IR-NOG, we had the honor to have Vahan as a representative of RIPE in our seminar. But of course, we had some online presentations, like Hisham had a presentation about the services that RIPE and CC provides. So it was a first seminar that we had connectivity sponsor. We could live stream it as well, and based on the data received from the company that was doing the live stream, we had around 1,000 watchers. So we had 200 people in the conference hall, and there were 1,000 of people who were watching it live. And I think because of the particularity of this seminar, I have provided a code here that you can scan it and see the details of it. So our main important goal is to have one meeting per year. So we want that operators and people who work in the network field come together and then sharing our experiences and sharing our best practices in implementing things like IPv6 are the things that are being followed in IRNOC, about new protocols, about new things in network like SD-WANs. We talk about these new topics as well. People talk and discuss these subjects. And one of the important things that we are following is to encourage Iranian LIRs to participate in general meetings of RIBE and to be active in different communities like MINOC or CAPIF that we are having the second one together here. So the outcomes of 7 years of IRNOC activities are remarkable. Before forming IRNOC, we didn't have any communication platform for technical people, and after forming it, there were different services like Atlas from RIPE. We could actually motivate different people, operators, especially after virtual props were added. The number of props were increased dramatically. The number of people who were successful to get scholarships to participate in different seminars like CAPIF or CAPIF or MINOC or some other events has increased because we've been able to encourage people to participate in international ones. So the invalid RPK that were in Iranian LIRs were reached to 0 because there were some prefixes that were dropped, and that time Iranian prefixes didn't have good situations, and we could actually have some group discussions and announcements. We could motivate LIRs to solve the problems and to modify it so they won't be invalid anymore. Also, there were some different training courses, for example, like RIPE Atlas seminars that they could participate free of charge, so they could know how to measure the quality of network, and people got familiar. We have one Tehran IX that we always motivate them to join Tehran IX so they can get to know other members. We also encourage people to join RIBE Academy and get different certificates. We also encourage people to join MANRS community so that they can improve their routing security at internet service. So we have a lot of challenges. I'm gonna just go through them quickly. About the people who are Telegram channel members, they don't have ID and we cannot check their authenticity. We're trying to solve it. Having more sponsors is still a challenge, and we're working on it. About the election system for PC and working on voluntary job is another thing that we're working on it. Here it shows the number of IRNA community members number, and it's visible that the number of the members has grown dramatically. We have the plan of having the 5th seminar of IRNOC. We motivate people to do voluntary job and help us to hold these meetings And I really thank you for giving me this opportunity to have my presentation. If there is any question, I'm at your service.
Thanks, Millet. Anybody has any questions from Iran before we invite the next speaker on stage? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody running towards the mic. So, Alexander, is Alexander here? Okay, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Alexander from Moscow Internet Exchange, and the history of our company development is very long. I'm working myself for more than 20 years, started as engineer, now I'm a technical director, and now I'd like to talk about the challenges of our projects on traffic exchange nodes, and it becomes very becomes a complex of work, and it is very important to build a system of traffic exchange which will allow to ensuring stability and security. Is controller working? Yes. Now, I would like to mention the key aspects of security, such as prevention, restoration, determination, and the response measures requiring specific approach, and you need to assess each network from the prospect of application of specific tasks and elaborate solutions. And if we talk about the exchange of traffic here, we have a very good aspect related to the information protection, and a point of exchange of traffic have isolated infrastructure with a limited access. All participants conducting exchange localized within the network through the number of equipment and points which are isolated. And of course, from the prospect of isolation, we need to introduce control of any changes and timely find out the bottlenecks and eliminate errors, automate the available processes. The infrastructure which is built in the big cities such as Moscow for these years was modified in topological context, and now we have a system which includes the dual core. In the center of this core, the two commutators, like two nodes, and it like serves as a virtual communication node from two energy independent node with the isolated switchers which are connecting all regional connections. Any core can be turned off, can any optical connection being you can cut it and it will not be noticeable to the users. And today is a practice which we use. I will not go into details. Who are interested, you can come to me and we'll discuss it. When we developing this infrastructure, we need to design it with the estimated capacity through output capacity with the use of mathematical analysis and to forecast future problems without any high overloading, because it needs to be free, available for the participants. Regarding the important aspects we would like to highlight, it's the technical conditions. It's our scheme which we are introducing to each participant, like network hygienic rules, eliminating unnecessary protocols to protect infrastructure from impact of other players. And the things which we are using actively is we are controlling access of the participants through the MAC addresses at the second level. It allows to block all unnecessary traffic. And I think the audiences know what is a road service. It's a platform for BGP information exchange, and we modernize it. And here we are working as one of the pioneers who has introduced this road server, because we had a high need, demand for this system, and we're actively collaborating with the soft developers who are introducing modifications to to this tool, to allowing us to conduct this peering exchange in a flexible mode and reliable mode. Therefore, this platform was also modified, and we have a program complex based on a BERT platform, which manages this routing. And of course, in the beginning, we had a presentation by Zhenya Lenkova about ITF. So here I would like to mention that developers from Russia, they are actively participating in ITF, and they came to the point that they have introduced RFC 9234, which looks like very simple tool but protects very good from external problems and linkages in the traffic. And please read this RFC information and consider application in your networks, because it's very effective tool along blocking unfavorable road leakages. We have introduced this, and from the innovations we have implemented protection from DDoS at the point of traffic exchange. That's a very difficult scheme. There is no routing, and we worked a lot in order to introduce the black holing mechanism, and we were one of the first who has introduced this. And about the role, we are also one of the first who has introduced this into production. And the black holing production, we have introduced the filtration option in case of attacks. Beside this, another new topic, a lot of equipment supports the DGP flow spec protocol, which allows to give a signal about attacks, and allows us at the higher level of provider to establish the filters. This is very important because during the attack we have external traffic, difficult to manage, which filling all channels, and this system allows to block those dangerous flows. So we have developed the chain of equipment and system which allows cleaning those channels at the point of traffic exchange. And the interesting from the prospect of implementation and very popular. It's protection of the peering groups through the looping system. When we have a data exchange, this group is isolated from the internet, and the good idea is to develop not only publicly available group but make another protected group for specific narrow group users. Some corporate company with the branches in different parts of the country, of the city, with the opportunity of connection to the traffic exchange, to establish the isolated area or environment with the sustainable speed. It was very ambitious task, and within this system we can organize the connection with the cloud servers, such as a peering group can be used for different clouds, and this functional is implemented. Access to the cloud is being done through the closed peering groups. About another services, we are developing DNS infrastructure during last years, and we have node points of DNS in different countries, in different areas of our country. And we have high access, which is being monitored by the external samplings, including RIPE-S, and we are supporting this system with inclusion of many zones, including from other countries and from other companies. And it is very difficult mode related to the public resolving, which requires protection from different DNS attacks, because DNS use a UDP protocol, which is difficult to filter at the level of provider. Therefore, we have the number of mechanisms used for protection of the infrastructure. And talking about NTP service timing is very important. We have to work a lot on this. We were able to build a system of the precise timing based on the satellite data, which covers number of cities, and as a basis it uses our satellite mode, and we were able to make a front end and backend services which collect the information from the remote sensing, from satellite database based on the synchronized data within those equipment, and through the NOG.KZ, using one single address for entire system, we can protect the system from the attacks through the right distribution of the traffic. And coming to the conclusion, I would like to mention that the building of the network security is a regular process, needs to be constantly improved, require investment into equipment, into capacity building, and our company tries to improve this negative impact outside, cooperate with different operators and services, and sustain security of internet. Thank you very much. Do we have questions? No? Okay.
Presentation.
So let me switch to English. To Russian, sorry. Guys, where are you running? You are our sponsor. Without our sponsors and without our co-hosts, we would probably be without hands or without legs or without ears, a head. Let's not continue with the parts of the body. So we want to thank all of our sponsors and the hosts in Uzbekistan. And our hosts are, if you remember, Uztelecom and Inha University as well. And our sponsors are silver sponsors are Nokia, bronze sponsors is Afina and Uzinfocom, and our main sponsor is IXP Industries. And now we will applause for them. And we want to see right now on the stage our favorite Akmal Arifdjanov. Where is he? Akmal, applauses to you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, we'll have a small present for you.
This is for you. This is the whole certificate of appreciation. How to say it in Russian? And this beautiful thing for our wonderful co-host Uztelecom. Thank you so much. This is also for you. Don't run away. I just want to say a few words. Thank you for organizing.
We would like to thank you for your support. Uzbek Telecom wouldn't able to do it alone, and I would like to thank RIPE and CC for organization of this event, and I would like to thank all guests came to Uzbekistan and hope you had a pleasant time here in our country. Thank you. And we shall remember that we had two co-hosts and we had two hosting countries, and they were working together very close, and we were able to conduct this event successfully. And the second hosting organization is who? Inha University. Inha University Telecommunication. Muzaffar. Please. Good evening. Thank you very much. I hope that next time we will have it in another city or country, and we will participate together there. Organization who helped us, IX, they were not able to come. We are not awarding them with anything. We will save those prizes. And we have a good friend, partner from Nokia, silver sponsor. If we say Nokia, we say Nokia. Thank you very much, Nokia. Thank you. We appreciate your support. I do remember first models of telephones 3310. It was really really sustainable model. And our bronze sponsor was Infocom. And they have key root server now. Please come join us, say something good together. Good evening. We are very glad that we have this opportunity to launch the key root server within this event, and we are looking forward for the future cooperation together with RIPE and CC, with our partners. Thank you very much. As Hisham has mentioned, it's very good that we have growth of participants and increasing number of sponsors. So we can see that for this event we have number of sponsors, and Nokia is ready to be a sponsor, maybe gold or platinum sponsor. Other sponsors can also improve, upgrade their participation. So it's very good. We have some positive trends, and we have another bronze sponsor, Afina. And telling you the truth, it's very difficult to call that person to the stage, but please come to the stage and take your present, Afina. Thank you very much for participation. It was a pleasure to meet new people, new companies, and I hope looking forward to see you soon. So she is Fina. She will come next time. That's a good motivation for us to meet next time, maybe in Bishkek. And we have another sponsor, XP Industries. EXP Industries. Where are you? They call themselves 7th generation. So the XP Industries and 7th generation, it's the same. Well, maybe they have a business meetings, B2B meetings. Well, before they come, before they join us, I would like to express. Oh, they XP Industries, you are here. Please join us. Hello. Let's make a picture. Thank you very much, XP Industries. And good evening. That's a great pleasure to be here in Tashkent in such a good company of professional with the good expertise, and would like to say, like to wish to the region of the Central Asia the evolution, development, and wish you success. And finally, I would like to say that, as you know, we have organized this event, the previous event, and you saw Hisham, you saw myself, some pictures, and you saw them, but did not remind them. And those people, those pictures are people who put a lot of effort to make those those events successful. Those are my colleagues from RIPE and CC. I would like to come them to the stage and thank them. RIPE and CC. We have some of them here in the corridor still working next to the door standing, and we would like to thank them all. And finally, we have reached people who helped us, volunteers from Inha University and from Infocom and Uztelecom. Let's call them to the stage. Let's thank them. Let's thank them too. Young leaders of tomorrow's telecom. Okay, say something. Don't be afraid. Say something. Good evening, dear guests. That was a great pleasure to meet you all, and I would like to thank you for coming, and if you need some help, please let us know. Thank you very much. Girls. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us in this event. It was a great pleasure to meet you all and have to learn something new from you. Thank you. So there's one person I would like to thank separately. He is not wearing the simultaneous translation equipment, and maybe he will not understand me. And it's from the bottom of my heart. Because if you are doing something for society, if you are doing this from the bottom of your heart, you need to say this, you need to do this, because people shall understand what is good. And I would like to thank Hisham. Hisham, he is not wearing the headphones. Why? Because he was one of the initiator of event. He had made a lot to make this event successful, and he continues to do a lot so this CAPIF can be successful. Thank you very much, Hisham. Thank you very much. Again, we will have reception dinner on the 6th floor.
So now you know why Vahan did this and not me. I don't have this energy.